There we go. Okay, cool. Boom. I'm live. So, bit of a delay here, but I've been going on YouTube and Facebook, and everybody was on Facebook. Sorry about the kind of back and forth, but I want to make sure everybody on YouTube is aware of what's going on. And now I can do my sound check. And sorry for any feedback that you guys will hear, but okay, cool. So that's done, and I have no idea what this is gonna look like on Facebook. So if anybody's on Facebook, let me know so I can see how this thing is set up, how it's looking. So anyway, let's go back to where we were. So now we need to use this tiny MCE and integrate this into our project. In order to do this, let's go here because I think there might be a way to npm install it or something, but I'm not sure. So let's check this out. And I think side note, I think I found my new favorite tea. It's this jasmine mint tea, and yeah, it hits the spot. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try npm install. Actually, before I do this, I want to check the documentation so that way we can see how this thing has to be pulled in. So, not plugin. So the good news is that this is actually free. So I'm going to sign in, but I'm going to do it on a separate page because I don't know if this is going to give me an API key or not, and I don't know when it's going to come in. So I'm just going to log in on another page. I think I have so I don't have an account with them. So if you don't have an account, oops, I didn't mean click never, but oh well. So now we're going to sign up and create that account, and I'm not worried about my email getting out because I don't use this one too much. And once I have this project completed, I'll be using a completely different email anyway. So okay, so this is the screen that we get to, so I'm just gonna continue with this, and hopefully Google does not give away my address. I guess I'm the engineer. Website. When would you like to complete your? Yeah, I'll say 1 to 3 months because hopefully it doesn't take 3 months to do the front end. But yeah, so they're collecting some data from me, and I'm trying to drink tea with my microphone in the way. All right, so what we have to do now is get it to set up. So let's go over to the setup, and this is where I'm thinking I'm going to get an API key or something shown to me. So just wait on that, and hopefully this didn't take me. Oh, it took me to the tiny MCE cloud, which is somewhat of a different product. So it takes you to this screen. We're doing Angular development, so that's what I'm going to click on. So let's go ahead and do that. And then here we go here. So the official Tiny MCE Angular component integrates Tiny MCE into Angular projects. This procedure creates a basic Angular application containing a Tiny MCE editor based on our basic example. For examples of the Tiny MCE Angular integration, visit the Tiny MCE Angular storybook. So I'm just going to open that in another tab so I can stick to the task at hand. So here they just created a project. We already have our Angular project, so we can skip all this stuff, and we're just going to go here. And let's go ahead and do that. So I already have my servers running. My front end server is running here, and my backend server is running in another terminal. So that means we have this terminal here for open for us. So we're going to go and drop this in and then kick that off. So it's probably just gonna take it a second. I know when in my experience, when I first start using this terminal, I always have some issues, Not exactly sure why, but that's what it is. So here we go. All right. So for some reason I must have hit enter or something a few times, but now that we have that installed, let's go back to the web browser and see what they have for us. Using a text editor, open the path to tinymc blah 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 at module and replace the contents with editor module. So I'm actually going to put this somewhere else. I'm not going to put this there. Reason being is because of the loading that we have. This is what we have our routers for. So I don't want to put it here in the editor module. I don't want to put it in the app module, because when you put it in the app module, you'll your project, as soon as it loads, it's going to load in that editor module, but it's not going to need it yet. So we can push it over. We can move it over here in the admin where we're actually going to be using it, and this is actually the only place we're going to be using it. So that's why I want to put it over here. So now let's go ahead and use this editor module. Don't forget your comma, and then we should be able to hover over this and get the import. Since we just installed it, um, we might not have it up and running just yet, and I don't even think we have like an auto completion set up for this thing. So we're just gonna do. We can just copy and paste this. It's like okay, there we go. So we're gonna copy and paste this and get that up in there, and okay, cool. So it did recognize it. It just didn't have any auto completion for this. So now what we're gonna do is we're actually going to change the component that we're gonna load for this thing. And when I say change the component, we're going to go here. Um, I left the footer alone for a second. So still in admin, we're going to go and add a new folder, and this is going to be called posts or post, right? Post. I'll call it. I'm really on the fence about this. Um, let's call it. Let's go here. Right? We'll call it post. Reasoning. I'll follow the same setup, right? Post with an S. Actually, no, it's gonna be post singular because this is where we're gonna create a singular post. Excuse me. So sorry about the back and forth. And then I'm gonna go here and I'm just gonna go npm, not npm. I'm gonna go npx ng generate a component. So I want to tell it generate this component and call this component post. And then I want to add this on this dash m or dash dash module. It's going to tell it what module we're adding this on, and this is going to be the admin module. And behind this, we're going to say the selector, which selector, like the little tag thing you see in those HTML templates, is going to be used to activate the to call this. And we're just going to call this post. We can blog post, blog dash post, projects dash post. I'm actually not liking this word post because it just sounds weird. I mean, it's a blog post, but I like the word blog better. It's a little bit more decorative. So I'm just gonna call it blog, and I do think it needs to be 2 words. So I'm actually gonna use app blog just because I can't think of another word to add in here, and I think that's all I needed. So this just saves us a little bit of kind of moving your mouse around and clicking and typing, because you can just set all that up in your terminal and then have Angular generate it for you. Oh, I see. So I was a level too high, so because I wasn't in the folder where I installed Angular, my code didn't my how do you say this? My terminal didn't recognize the code. So there we go now. So now it works, and you'll see here. Okay. So it created its own folder. So I should have did admin slash post, because when I just did post by itself, it created its own directory. So only thing I have to do is just grab this and just drag it, hover over admin, and then let it go, and then it'll automatically do this. So I'm gonna tell it don't ask me again because Don't be asking me no questions. All right, so now we got our post, and we can start working with this HTML. And the only thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to save this. Actually, before I save this, I'm going to let's see. Okay, so yeah, this is a level higher. So what I can do now is go down into the where am I? Admin module, and then we already have posts, but I need to change this to actually no. So this is going to be its own thing because and I'll show you guys what I mean. So if I can find the right terminal, where is the right where is my app? Did I close it by accident? Oh, this is it here. So it's having an issue probably because yeah, it didn't re-register when I moved the files. So let me save that and let everything reload. What do you mean? Oh, so let me go ahead and compare. So it updated some stuff while I was gone. Yeah, we can save. We can override this. I'm cool with this being overwritten. I think these are the changes that I made. Yeah, we're not using any of that. Where is this post component though? Oh, I see. So this is the module that's being overwritten. Um, save that for sure. Whatever, compare, and then we can overwrite this. So let's just overwrite it. If we have a problem, we'll fix it. And that's all we needed to do. So now we can go back and see it. I didn't recognize it because it was showing this error thing. So let's give it a second to recompile and then re-deliver our app to us. So right now, you guys can't see, oh, you can see it there, but we got the error in core. Actually, this is a interesting error because I haven't seen it before. But I think it's all based on this thing. So it was, now that I moved the file, I got to change the way everything's calling on it. So as of right now, when I go over and look here, there's nothing connecting to this thing. It has no idea that it even exists. So I'm going to go here and add this post component and go up here, and now we see it. So if I save this, that might do it. No guarantee. So yeah, it's still having an issue with that. So I'm just going to stop this. And reason being was just that sometimes it gets so caught up in your changes and the stuff that's already stuck in its cache that it can't process. That's kind of one of the issues with Node, is that once you hit an error, it's like it's done. So let's give it another. Okay, here we go. So while this thing is compiling, we I'm gonna watch it. Okay, so error in the target entry point. TinyMCE has missing dependencies. I'm gonna look this one up because I'm not familiar with this, and I'm probably just the thing probably is that I didn't finish setting it up. So let me check that. Actually, yeah, let's go back to the code here. We just imported, so we don't have to export it, so that should be fine. So let's just take another second to dig around in here and figure out what's going on. It's partially probably mad that I didn't put in an app module. I'm not sure if that's like a requirement for it, but they're making a very very simple project, and that's why they're putting it directly on the app module. So yeah, everything down here is more set up, including TinyMCE. Okay, so what's happening here? So let me read this TinyMCE editor configuration to replicate the example on the basic example page. Provide access to MCE using TinyCloud or by self-hosting TinyMCE. So this is one way. Seems like there's another way to do this without having it. So what TinyMCE Angular in a project managed by the CLI tool is done slightly different, and it seems like even the way that you use it is done differently. So let me just take a second and deploy TinyMCE independent of the Angular application. So this is the part that had me a little confused. So I think we're probably better off using this first option that we already have. Provide access to TinyMCE because they have a tiny cloud, so we can always use that. And then we have some stuff here. So I'm gonna at least gonna stick with this to begin with, just because we already started. Um, yeah, because we can always change the self-hosting if we don't like the cloud setup. So let me see what this is. The target entry point has missing dependencies. Control Shift C, and let's go ahead and research, because this is the life. So we just gotta figure out what's going wrong. And only thing I can do, I'm just gonna skip all that stuff and just say, hey, TinyMCE has missing dependencies. And this TinyMCE is actually the same text editor that's being used in WordPress. If you've ever used WordPress to create a blog or a website, this is the same text editor, and that's why I want it, because I'm familiar with that. I know how it works, so I'm comfortable playing around in that workspace. In terms of just writing a blog, because you do have some options where you can, I think you can do your CSS, HTML stuff right in there, so that's perfect for me. Um, let's see, not really much documentation here. So let me just click. Wait, I saw two things with Angular, and I just clicked the first thing I see. So let me go back. All right, so for TinyMCE Angular Quick Start, this is the one for TinyMCE Angular Technical Reference. Okay, so this is what we want here. I just saw a really bright flash. Alright, so back to where we were. This looks slightly different than what we're looking at on the other page, so this is hopefully better. So still want that editors module. Not doing that, and let's just see what happens. So what I might need to do is add TinyMCE in there as an entry component. And pretty much it's hard to explain really, because I don't think that's what I need to do, but let's see. And then it's like it's kind of, I guess it's like the same concept as no it's, so that this is what it is really. So, and actually it's not a component, so I don't need to do that. So let me backtrack on that. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but we are having this issue with the dependencies. So not sure why though. So what only I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go and do npm install again. And what npm install does, it just installs all the packages and stuff like that. But the thing is, it'll get those dependencies. So if I'm missing something, it should pick up on it. Hopefully, not hopefully, but it should pick up on it. It's just a matter of, is that the problem that we're looking for, right? I did notice that before when I did an npm install, it did fix a problem I had previously, so this may help. And again, npm is sometimes pretty slow with it, so I have no idea how long this is going to take. And this is another day that I'm not gonna say I forgot to eat, but if I eat lunch at a certain time, I don't want to eat dinner until about this time. And since I stream at this time, I just sometimes go with it. I have to skip it sometimes. Okay, so now we're getting something, but it seems like we're broke now. Yes, something is broken. So I'm just gonna hit this. And the reason why I know is because this is the server talking. So whatever, just let's see here. Seems like it's still not liking that. Um, 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 um. So let's go back to this npm. We're just gonna serve it up from scratch, and I just want to see if that npm install helped at all. If not, we'll have to dig into that and get those dependencies added onto it. Because I don't even see how you can. Actually, I know what to do. I think. Let's go down into our package.json and see if we have any dependencies in there for this. So usually when they talk about dependencies and all that, that's where that stuff is. It's just a matter of, do we know what we're looking for here? So I think it was saying, so the forms, the core, and I think it was something else, might have been common. They were saying that those are dependencies on our, where's this? Now that I think about it, I don't even see the, I'm sorry, I don't see our code in here. I mean, not our code, but I don't see any JSON package referring to the, what's this thing, tiny MCE stuff. So maybe I need to put that in here as a dependency. So that might have been our problem. Added tiny MCE. So if I go into the node modules, it might be in there, but it might not be down over here in dependencies. And fastest way to check that is I'm going to just type tiny MCE. And just to see what files that shows up in. So yeah, so it's in the package lock JSON. Wait, what's this? Okay. I don't know what this is. Um, this is interesting. I don't. Oh, it put this in the wrong place. Okay, so I know what happened. We installed this in the wrong place. I don't even know how they did that. So first thing I gotta do is go all the way back and say, all right, first we gotta npm uninstall that, and yeah, that is what happened. I see that. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna install this in the right place. So let me go cd dot dot, and I'm gonna do npm uninstall, and I'm just gonna start typing tiny. Actually, I think I have to do the same. It's the same tag we used to install it. It's the same tag we gotta use to uninstall it. So let me go back over here, and I believe it was okay. Let me just grab all that and go back into here, and then Control Shift V should paste it, and I think it ran it too. So now we've got it running to uninstall, and then we'll reinstall it down at the app level. And the fact that it didn't error out, not error out, but the fact that it didn't end sooner shows that it was in the wrong place. So now we're going to cd down into app, and then we're just going to install it. And I think we had to do like a install dash dash save or something. I really don't even know what that does. I don't, because it's like in my mind when you do the npm install, it's already saved. But I'll follow the documentation. Npm install dash dash save. Okay, cool. So let's go hit enter on that and get that bad boy running. So again, we gotta wait for this thing to do its business, and it could be anytime, any minute now. And I just want to turn my camera so you guys can look more at me and not at my walls, or apparently my door. Wow, this camera's nice. it's got a pretty nice range. And I think I can zoom in on myself too. No, that's just quality. Alright. Let me stop messing around with this thing before I knock something over. Okay, cool. So that's installed now. So now we actually shouldn't have any problems with our code. So let's go over and look here. I'm just gonna hit refresh on that. It's still not liking it. So let me see if the server didn't stop itself. So I'm just gonna hit Control C because a lot has changed. And it's also, we made a change to the server code unknowingly. So see, let's clear all that stuff out so we know what we're looking at and get that thing going. And as you guys know, these terminal stuff sometimes takes a little while to run, and I always get the munchies. I'm surprised I'm not like a fatter developer, to be honest, because I would legit like sit and snack and just code for hours, and then I wouldn't even have a thought about real food until maybe late at night, or sometimes not at all. But yeah. Hopefully I'm not crunching in the microphone. That would just be awkward. Well, for you, not me. Okay, cool. Hmm? I don't know what that was. I don't know if there's like some kind of delay or something or what. But here we go. Okay, so back to where we were. So we got that thing working, and I think that's this page, yeah. But I forgot what we changed. Oh yeah, we changed Tiny MC. We got it in there. That's all I wanted to do at the time, I believe. What changed here? Okay, yeah, I do want to get rid of that. So now we got to go ahead and start setting up our new component that we got here for post. So yeah, so the only thing I wanted to do was go over to post, right? I just want to go and see this workspace because this is where we're going to be editing next. So what we got to do is we got to go over to let me get this right. We're in the dashboard. In the dashboard, we got to put a router link on this button here. So I'm gonna put at the end. I'm gonna say router link, and this has got to be a new location. So this has got to be /admin. Oh, actually, I might be able to do a relative thing because we're already in /admin. I mean /dashboard here. So if I do slash, ooh, I don't want to do /dashboard because if we do /dashboard, /admin, because it's like, I mean, oh, this is the part I was walking through before I lost my train of thought. So we got home, we got post, and then we got projects, right? Excuse me. I didn't think about the way I would distinguish between creating a post and then just looking up all of my posts. So it could be post and posts. I mean, I'm not against that if it's like dashboard/post, dashboard/posts. I mean, that's pretty simple, but I'm gonna make sure it makes sense. So let me just go ahead and take a look and see if I gave myself any clues when I was doing the design. And I'm actually happy at how good I did my design because so far I haven't had to change anything except for I think on the login page I had to add the nav bar, but that's about it. So what I might just do is, since we're not in dashboard anymore, I might just call this whole thing just something else. So I might just go ahead and leave it as as admin/post, because that's technically what we're going to be doing. So what we'll do is we'll say /admin. Actually, Yeah, we're in dashboard, so we do have to do it like this. Slash admin slash, I believe this is going to be post. So I'm going to just do this. And one more thing that I have to do is set that route up, because I don't think that, oh, so we have, so I'm just going to do another one right here above this for post. And this post is going to be that post component that we were using elsewhere. So now that we have that in there, we should be good to go. Yeah, it turned green. That's what I was waiting for. I'm hitting save. Control S. Okay, there we go. So now we'll just up wrong thing. Just give this a second to load. I think it already did. So if I click this button, boom, look at that. So now this is where we're going to be working. And you see how our navigation is already there. It's nice. It actually loads in first, because what we did was in the, let me see if I can find it, in the app module, well, not here, in the, alright, give me 1 second and my stuff is frozen. Alright, there we go. So over here, not here, here, we put navbar in first, and then we put our router outlet. So what's happening is the navbar is loading, fast. There's not much happening there, so it's loading in pretty quick. But the router outlet has some slightly more processing to do, so it takes it a little longer to get there. So that's why every now and again you might see the top loading first. I know, especially when you go to the login page, the you see that purple color come in at the top and with the white background at the bottom, and then you start to see it come in all together. And the only way to fix that would be to move navbar into each and every component, and then you just put that everywhere it needs to be. I could do that. I'm not gonna do it now. I'll do it. I'll do it eventually, because I know it's gonna annoy me, but I just don't want to do it at right this second. So the only thing I'm gonna do in here is I just took that out, so now it's an empty HTML, and we need to go back over to this tiny MCE documentation and check this out. So let's see here. Using a, sorry, running out of that. So replace HTML contents with this. So let's go ahead and look at this and see what's going on here. So provide access to Tiny MCE using Tiny Cloud or by self-hosting. So this is how we would do the Tiny Cloud. But if we wanted to self-host, meaning I guess what this does is it sets up the Tiny MCE locally with our code, so we're not dependent on whatever's happened with Tiny Cloud. That might be a preferred thing for me, because I like having control over my stuff, and this will give me all the control that I need. So I'll actually go ahead and do that. Yep, so this is what we'll do. So let's go ahead and I'll first start with this and see what happens, right? And then we'll keep this thing going. So let's go over here and drop this. I know they said put in an app module, but we're good here. And over here, I'm not sure what the issue is. It probably isn't recognizing, well, it's not recognizing a few things. So it's not recognizing this tiny MCE, what's the word, like properties, all that stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's a extension for tiny MCE or in VS Code. Let me just type in tiny. Let's see what we got. Um, tiny. Let's see. Okay, so nothing. Let's check and see if we have any errors going on in our HTML at least. Then. Yep. Oh, nice. Look at that. So this is what we wanted. So this is where we can come in, we can type stuff, and we can just have the whole shebang, right? This is what I wanted, and I did. I could have came up with my own HTML and did all this stuff, but I was just like, why reinvent the wheel, right? And just look at this. I mean, it's it's nice, right? Oops. Um, excuse me. So so that's what we have now. But as you saw, there was a pop-up that said that it wasn't registered. So we gotta get this thing set up, and you see it takes a second, right? This domain is not registered for Tiny Cloud. We don't want that, right? We want our own thing. So that's what we're gonna get ready to do. So let's go back over to this thing here, and we're not gonna do any API key. We can just have it locally. So I don't even think we need an API key. Period. So, yep. Oh yeah, so it's like we can include it within the application, deploy like another server or something like that, where you can get it. And that's what they mean here by deploying it independent of the Angular application, or building bundling tiny MCE with the Angular application. Um, Not sure. I guess they're saying it's separate but together. So including tiny MCE within the application is what I want to do. This here, to use as an independent deployment of tiny MCE, you got to do stuff like this, and then bundling with it. So it's like I guess like a modular thing. You can have that, but let's just go and do this because we can just add it into the application. So that way, because it is an integral part of the application, so why not just go ahead and get all that going together? So we do npm. Let me go ahead and copy paste. And I like to copy paste because I suck. And again, if you're using Yarn, you can get that. Um, so you can Control Shift V, and I'm gonna hit Enter. So while that's running, let's see what we gotta do next. Using a text editor, open angular.json and add tinymce to the global scripts tag. So we should just have to grab this, and I think it might even just be this that we need, because I believe all of this stuff is well, all the other I think there's some other scripts in there. That's what I meant to say. So let's go into that application.json. Well, I mean, was it angular.json? Yep. And I don't like looking through this, so I'm just gonna do control. Oh, no, here we go, right there. And drop that up in there, and we have it. And what else do we have to do? Using a text editor, open angular.json and add the tiny MCE skins, themes, and plugins to the assets property. So we're just gonna copy these, and I don't want to copy the whole code. That's why I'm doing it differently. Is it storming? Oh yeah, okay, it's a thunderstorm. I just keep seeing the flash of light. I had no idea what it was. Okay, so I'm trying to copy this thing without getting that. Okay, there we go. So Control C, and let's look for assets. Hopefully this is in alphabetical order. Yeah, look at that. And eventually we're gonna change this favicon too. But that's actually a complex thing. Somehow just adding this little icon up to the top of your web page is pretty. It's not super complex, but it's complex enough. Actually, no, I take that back. Um, the To get it in the specific format, there's other third parties that do the work for you, but you get a whole slew of things when you do that process. and we'll get to that. So I'm just gonna save those files. I think that was the last piece I need. I have trying to find my way through this thing. Okay, cool. So update the editor configuration to include the base URL and suffix options. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do this and see what happens. So before I save post component, I think I gotta change everything that's in here. Yeah, editor init. So I'm just gonna do this. And I'll leave that H1 in there. I kind of like it. And we'll replace it with this. And then we're gonna save everything. And let's take a look at our. Let's take a look. Oh, here we go. So a lot of issues here. And this is actually repeating. So I think the problem here was that actually I don't know. So what's the space UR supposed to be? Alright, so let me make sure. So I do have the editor here, and so I have the module here, so I don't know why. Does it have to be is it a provider? So I'll go here and do, actually no, it's not a provider. So let me check this out one more time. So we got it in the assets, we got the init set up there, and we're binding to that init. And it seems like the toolbar, we can have a whole slew of extra fields in here. They just gave us the default when we got in our um, post page. So I'm not gonna root for resources. What does that even mean, right? So let's go and figure this thing out. Let's go to basic example, right? Actually, I'm gonna go to the storybook now. So, oh, okay. So they have different ways of doing this. So these are all the different setups that you can have. So let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. We're getting an error about, let me see if I can find it. There we go. Okay, so we get a little bit more information down here. So it's having a parsing error. So what I want to do is, I'm just going to see, what's this up top? Template error, unexpected token, identifier, keyword, string. So let me go ahead and look at this in a little bit more depth. Post component HTML. First thing I'm going to do is make this easier for me to read. So I'm going to drop that down. It seems like trying to add that object in there is what's causing the problem. So init equals all of this stuff as an object. And then we might have to have something on the TS file to work with this as well. Because now it's saying we're binding to something called init, and we have no idea what it is. Yeah, so we didn't have to add anything else with this editor's module. And then when you look, actually I wonder if, oh no, because the last one was able to recognize it. Right, so when we hosted it ourselves though, we got some problems. So update the editor configuration to include. So is this supposed to be all of that stuff in there that was already there, and then add this stuff as well? I don't know, one way to find out. So I'm just going to copy this, paste that back. First, yeah, I'm just going to paste this back and see what happens. So still a lot of red, but that's fine. So if I leave the default code there, it works. So we, oh, maybe not. All right, yeah, so this works. So we just have to update this. I don't. It doesn't tell you why though. Um, Update the editor configuration to include the base URL and suffix options. So let's grab this. I'm not sure why we have to have this, but let's see. Oop, and I forgot to remove this comment. So yeah, when we added that in, it gave us an error. Oh, so it said missing the expected closing bracket. So we got opening bracket here. Oh, height's missing some stuff as well. Yeah, so it seems like I pasted that in improperly. Alright, there. Drop that in like that. If I remove this stuff. There we go. So I removed too much stuff. I was supposed to keep some of that there apparently. And then when the page reloads, oh, we don't get jack. So I'm gonna open up the console here and see if that gives me. Okay, yeah. So we have one error here. Failed to load the resource. Yeah. So we got some problems going on here. So let's go and check that out. Um, if I can figure this thing out here. All right, there we go. So, oh wait, I was supposed to go to the internet. I was supposed to do this thing. So, I'm not sure why we're getting two separate things. So I'm just gonna follow this one because this is slightly different. So I want to see if it does the same exact setup. So using the text editor, you're gonna do your path to that and replace contents with this. This tiny MC editor configuration should replicate the basic example page, and then we don't have to do this, I don't think. Alright, self-hosted by including TinyMCE within the application. Okay, so this is interesting. When we did our self-host, we had multiple glob files, and we also didn't have to worry about this. Wait, actually, I don't even think we have a. Yeah, so I knew there was a disconnect going on. So that's what we have to get. Um, huh, that's interesting. So I'm gonna just grab this. I'm gonna change the setup and see what happens. Angler.json. We changed the what is that? Assets array. Assets. So yeah, we had all of those, and let's just see what. Okay, cool. So it's instead of having those three individual ones, we just had one big one. So it wasn't necessarily wrong, I guess. But let's keep it simple, right? And then we want to go over back into load TinyMCE, load TinyMCE when the editor is initialized. This is what we want to load TinyMCE when the editor is initialized. Lazy loading, which is what we're doing. Add a dependency provider to the module using TinyMC script src token. So we can get that just from here. So we're going to grab this object and we're going to put that into our providers for our admin module. So now we got that. Don't worry about this. Oh, I guess we do. We just import it, and then to load TinyMCE when the page or application is loaded, open angular.json and add the global. Oh, we already did that, I believe. And then we did have to add that base URL. Not sure why. That's probably just telling it to pick up all its settings from there. Um, and then that's it. So once we save this, this is really all we had to do. But now we got to worry about how we're going to communicate this with the database. Because again, the way we had the database set up is nothing like how this is looking. So now that we put that base URL in there, we're getting this issue here. And I'm not sure where that is actually coming from. So I'm going to just say over here, Control V, 404. Okay, cool. So is it tiny mce.min.js? Oh, this is the one. So not sure what's happening there, but I'm getting a phone call from my mentor. I forgot to unmute my mic. All right, so sorry about that. I got a call from my mentor, so I had to take that call. Um, but what we were trying to do is we were trying to investigate that error we were getting from tinymce with the base URL. So I'm just going to do that. Tinymce base URL 404. Right? That's what we're getting here. Oops. So let's go over here and look at this because I'm not sure if we're gonna get the exact explanation for it, but we can at least see what this is supposed to do, and then we'll be able to troubleshoot from there. Because like I said, we've never used this before, so it's kind of murky water. You don't know what you're gonna see. So, and I think what was happening is that's what happened with that glob stuff. So, and when I say glob, don't ask me what that is because I don't really know. But I do know that I think it's like a data type or something. No, it's just data glob, but what it was it's trying to direct us to the tiny MCE stuff that we got to use. So I'm gonna put the regular ones back to see if that'll help. I doubt. I mean, I'm not sure, but we can try and see if that gives us the same error. I think it did last time, but let's just try it out and see what happens before we actually start digging. So, not seeing anything changed just yet. Yeah, so we were having issues before. Refresh. Right? Yeah, so we're still not getting it. It's still not finding that tiny MCE slash tiny MCE min.js. So let's see what that is, right? So I guess this can be anything, is apparently. Um, this option specifies the base URL for all relative URLs in the document. The default value is the directory of the current document. If a value is provided, it must specify a directory, not a document, and must end with a slash. This option also interacts with the relative URLs, all that other stuff, but this is document base URL. This isn't the same one. So I'm just gonna type in base underscore URL, and seems like we keep getting pushed to the same place. So not really liking that too much, and the documentation isn't very robust. And you guys are probably noticing that pattern. There's a lot of stuff available, and you pretty much are at the mercy of whoever wrote it. But I don't even know what this is for, right? Like, so my thought process was that maybe, just maybe, this was something like if you were trying to deploy this separately. I don't know, but anyway, um, I think you have to do all of this. It's kind of what I'm getting at, because when they did this, so I don't know if you have to do all three, because it seems like you do this right, and then it's just like, oh yeah, deploy it independent of the Angular application. To use an independent deployment of tiny MCE, we just add this script up here, and this gives us that tiny MCE min.js. But my problem is, when did we ever create that file? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through the node modules, which is pretty steep, right? But since we know what we're looking for, this is not too bad, because I'm literally ignoring everything that looks not that isn't tiny MCE. And actually, I don't see. Here we go, tiny MCE. And now we're looking for tiny. So this is jQuery. Oh, here we go, tiny MCE.js. And in order to get there, it's got to be slash tiny MCE slash tiny MCE.js. But I don't see that. Oh, this is the one here. So yeah, this is the base URL, and this is the slash to get into that. So that should have worked essentially. And I don't even know what this JavaScript is supposed to do. This is something that you obviously like. Look how dense this is. You do not want to have to read this, and you're probably not supposed to. So it's saying we're trying to get that, but we don't have it. So I think it's trying to make some kind of call to this thing. So let's try to figure that out. And I think it was easier to read when we saw this here. To use an independent deployment of tinymce, add a script here. To use an independent deployment of tiny with the create Angular application, add the script. Right. So I'm just gonna go over here, because it seems like we still have quite a few things that are a little open-ended, and it's hard to say, exactly what that is, because when we look in here, this isn't what we're looking for. So this is one way you can do it, right? And that I believe your index.html file, you can add that in there, and you can just load in tinymc just right there. But like I said, I like the hard way. I don't know why. I'm just like, that seemed a little too simple. Let me make it more tedious than it has to be. But yeah, I'm still finding it weird that we only had to do that base URL. So I want to do more of the research on that. So I'm just going to type tiny MCE base underscore URL and figure out, see if we can find anything about this. Because they didn't explain it. They said, oh yeah, put this in there, and I'm like, okay, what is that for, right? Um, so update the editor configuration to include the base URL and suffix options. So what I'm starting to think is that when they say base URL, it's not the base URL of what's the word I'm looking for? What they're doing. I think this is more relative to my base URL. So if I go in here and instead of putting slash tiny MCE, I'm just gonna do slash what is this? I'm just gonna do slash admin and see what happens because that's the base URL for relative to where we are right now in terms of my file browser. I could be wrong. And what do we get? So it's still saying that getting that failed. And it actually seems like it's making an HTTP request, which we shouldn't even be having to do. So I'm going to see what happens when I take this thing off. Actually, let's go node modules, right? Because that's really where it is. Tiny node modules. And this thing is going to be hectic because it has no idea anything. It doesn't know anything about this editor thing we got up in here. So it's probably throwing a fit. Alright, so now it's reloading the page. And I think I'm supposed to do slash node modules slash tiny. Actually, let's just do this, right? Dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash. I think I went too far up. Slash, and we've got. Alright, so I guess we do gotta go. Excuse me, one more up. So here, let's go into. Oh, they probably hid it from us. So from this level, we can see app slash. So now I believe we're in SRC. So let's go up a level higher than that. Dot dot slash, and now we are in node modules slash tiny MCE. Right. Let's try that. And I probably just did the most, but I just want to see what happens. Alright, so didn't like that, so let's just put it back to how it was. Control S, and same results. So I'm going to copy this. Drop that over here, Control V, boom. There we go. So, including TinyMC doesn't work. Originally, in my index, I had, and that worked. However, if I move to include the English CLI, yeah. So, what script did we have in there? Let me check that out. So, let's go back to, where is it? I think this is the one we're looking for. So yeah, so this is the one we're looking for, right? So they were just saying the root for the resources. So the root for the resources is there. So I'm going to take this slash off there and just leave it as is, and then give it a second to go back and look at that. So somehow, like I said, it's something to do with what we have in here, the data. So what I'm going to do is check out first, I need to close this node modules folder. There's so many things running behind the scenes that we don't even know about. Oop. And close that. And then, okay, so now we're going to say, where are we? We need to go to that at Angular JSON. There we go. So in Angular JSON, where we had our scripts. Oh, we're missing the scripts. That's what happened. So I spent all of that time, right? And it's always funny, the kind of thing with coding where you see the smallest things just have the biggest impacts, and it's not like a manual or like a a book like, oh, just follow this and it is what it is. It's just like you kind of never know what you're going to get into when you start a project, no matter what the project is, how experienced you are. You kind of almost always run into something that you don't. I'm not gonna say something that you don't understand, but there's always, shit happens, right? Um, that's just it is what it is. So I'm gonna stop this and see. I'm gonna stop the front end and rerun it, just because I'm not sure if that's not having that script in there initially, um, was it cause any problems. And again, the reason why we're doing this is because we're lazy loading. We don't want to load this thing up until we're ready, and we're not ready until we get to this route. So that's pretty much what we're doing here, and I'll give that a few more seconds to set up while we take a look. Well, let's say take a look like I'm doing something. And okay, so there we go. We got 10% going on, and that is cool. So we got all that loading. Oops. So I did realize that my multi-stream is working. On my channel, it works. So I'm just posting it to my personal YouTube. I mean, personal Facebook. And okay, so interesting. So, ooh, that scared me. I was not expecting that. Okay. Um. So yeah. So now we got this working. It's still a bit of an issue going on here. But not too much to worry about. So at this point, it's saying it failed to load in some of this stuff. So, like I said, more than likely it's an issue on my part back over here. So I'm actually going to stick with the first one that I had because I liked the way that was set up. Everything was simple. You just had the one glob object stuff. I don't really know how to define that. But let's go back over here, and I want to grab the other setup instructions because they seem to be more to the point. So we already handled that, and let me just make sure that path is still slash tiny mce as they specified, and yeah, so slash tiny mce suffix dot min, and let's see. Um, Here is what I wanted. So no matter what happens after this point, it's like, hey, I want you to go to no modules, and like I said, I'm still not sure what's happening there. It's something with the way they set the API up, well, to um, I guess request the assets from within the application. Excuse me. So those are supposed to be, I guess, directions, and then this is just something to go a little bit over, not over the head, but it's not more generic. It's like, okay, I don't have to specify the exact things that are here. I'm just gonna give you this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk and type at the same time, and that's not working for me. Um, Here we go. So yeah, I think. Oops, I feel like I keep hitting something else in there. Okay, so I think I copied that whole thing. So I just need to copy this, and then just control V that. There we go. So now we've got it working. And then if I save this, let's see how it affects our display. But it's still interesting to see that we're getting these errors, because now we're getting closer, but we're getting further away, right? We've got to worry about these requests that are failing. and I'm not sure why they're failing. Right, we got everything up that needs to be up, and this stuff is supposed to be being shipped with our code, so it's not like we're getting this stuff externally. So let me go back over here and just see if I missed anything. Um, you might still have to give this API key. It's the only thing I can think of. So when we get here, and then it says provide access to Tiny MCE using Tiny MCE, Tiny Cloud, or by self-hosting Tiny MCE. So I guess if you, okay, never mind. So it's like, oh, if you did host it using Tiny Cloud, you would have to add in this API key and all this stuff here. Since we did it the tedious way, we set this up in our angular.json. We added, so we have the Tiny MCE in the assets property, and then we're loading it the way we're supposed to over here in our providers. So and when we look at our providers, where are we? Here we've got that loaded in. So you gotta just keep going to see if we can find the error. So we got all that stuff in there, and we're still having a problem. So the next thing that, the only thing I can think to do now is, click on this and you see more about installing Tiny MCE. Cool, let's look at it, and maybe it'll give us a more of a breakdown on what these fields are, what's populating it. We didn't want to do the cloud install. We wanted to do the let's see here, localization. Is that what we have? Tiny MC user interface. Okay, go to the language download page. Unpack language.js file to the path. Oh wait, that's for other languages. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking. I'll go back to options for installing Tiny MCE, and so it seems like you can add in a foreign language if you wanted to. But that's not what we're doing. Okay, initialize Tiny MCE as part of a web form. So with the script included, initialize Tiny MCE on any element in your web page. Since Tiny MCE lets you identify replaceable elements via a CSS selector, all you need to do is pass an object that contains a selector to Tiny MCE init. In this example, let's replace text, all that stuff, with a Tiny MCE editor instance by passing the selector my text area to Tiny MCE init. So it seems like well, I thought there would have been a little bit more stuff in here. Oh, I see, it's right here. So they did this using the JavaScript stuff in the HTML. I don't really want to do it that way. Probably isn't another way to do it. You can probably do it in your TS file. So let's look here. Package manager install options. Initialize Tiny MCE as a web form. Saving content with a form post. When the form is submitted, the Tiny MCE editor mimics the behavior of a normal HTML text area during a post. In your form handler, you can process the content submitted as if it had come from a regular text area. Use local plugins, and so so that's cool because we'll get to that stuff, but it just kind of threw me off because when we had all of this stuff going on here, it seems like we can just throw in the editor and have it go a whole nother way, right? Because I don't see that editor thing like how they had before, and I don't know if the editor tags is something that they came up with or what. Actually, I didn't think about that. I'm gonna click on this editor module and just see what's in there. It might be a that's gonna be something we can't read. this is what I want the editor component. So if I can get this thing to show me something, then we're good. Yeah, so look at this, right? So now we can kind of see how this thing works. And then let's just do, let's see if we can find the base URL. Actually, no, what do we have? We had init, and it does a record. What is this record supposed to look like? Oh, I think that's the end of our trail there. End of our trail here. Um, yeah, so I don't know. When I put that base URL in there, gives me an error. TinyMCE base URL 404. You know, if I go to all, um, and then let me get the message again because that's going to be important. Localhost tiny. So it seems like tinymce/icons. So what I'm going to do is, now that I think about it, I don't. Oh yeah, they did have a /icons thing up in there. So tiny. Okay, we did have a /icons dot min dot js. Okay, so it's having a problem with that as well. Oh, I see. Wait, /icons/default. Okay, I see that. Failed to load icons from URL. Tiny. Oh wait, what's this? Tiny MCE min JS. Oh nope. I think this is just that's interesting. So that tiny MCE min JS is probably what kicks all that off. So no, we won't be able to read that at all. But that's what kicks off everything for setting up that what's the word I'm looking for? That editor. So I think this is actually like a cleaner version of the code. But let's figure this out because we are getting close. Like the buttons and stuff are working somewhat, right? But it's not picking up. So let's go and say, let's see if we can find this thing. So let's go. Actually, I'm gonna pull these browser. I'm gonna do these searches over in the same terminal. I mean the same window, so that way I don't have to keep jumping back and forth between my windows. So we're gonna do tiny mce, tiny mce dot tiny, right? What is it? Tiny mce dot min dot js dot min dot js failed to load icons. So let's look at this right there. That's what we're looking for, right? It failed to load the icons. So exploring the NCA editor for my project, I found that the icons on the toolbar are not appearing. It shows some Unicode which browsers are unable to display. Here's the HTML code. So they did this script hosting thing. So what's this? Don't place the JS folder too far outside, whatever that means. I have no idea how to read this thing. Okay, I got it. This one worked. After carefully analyzing the console error, I found out that it was an issue of TinyMCE font, which was not getting downloaded. It was basically the issue of Mozilla Firefox's security, strength, blah 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 blah, which needed to be changed to false to relax the origin restriction. Now I'm able to load those easily. Well done. I moved the folder to where my server could reach it. Voila, success. Okay. So I might have to use the other method, right? That they were telling us about. So I'll look at one other form and go from there. So, let's see. Fail to load. And this is why I didn't want to deal with the cloud, because now that I'm self-hosting, I have more control over what's going on. When you're dealing with a third party that's going to be rendering on your stuff, you start to lose control, and anything can go wrong, and you'll be sitting there like, oh, and if it's something that on their end, then it's like, oh, how do you fix it? And you won't know how to fix it, right? That's just a question. um, Wait, how did I get into this thing? How to install mtiny? Oh, okay, so install. Yeah, we did that. Copying necessary files of tinymce into assets folder. Go to node modules folder and copy MCE folder and place. Wait, what? Go to node modules. Oh, so it seems like I need to go up in here, copy this thing. Wait, it says copying necessary files tiny assets folder. Go to node modules folder and copy tiny assets folder, paste in the assets folder. So let me just copy this and do that. Go into assets. Well, no, I linked. That's what that script was. We linked it, and that's why we went to our where are we? This app. I keep saying app. Angular.json. In this assets, we literally put that in there, but I don't know why it's defined like this. So, and actually there's an error in here. It's probably didn't want us to have that trailing comma, which is fine. I doubt this is the error, but sometimes it could be stuff like that that is your error. um did we save that? Yeah. So let's refresh, and same thing. So we're still not getting those icons. So you start to run out of options. So they said if you whatever you put in front, you get that. But now I'm thinking like, oh, okay, if the base URL, um, we just put a slash. So maybe let's just make it a slash, because I think that's what we did. We said slash, anything slash anything, right? It's going to give us that link to what we needed. So if I just left a slash here, that should be the same concept. Oh, okay. So now we got something different. So it's admin slash themes. So now I'm gonna do dot dot slash. So now I'm gonna do it back like how I had it. Slash tiny mce, because that's where it is. That's where all the stuff is. No, oh, I see. We don't really have anything for this, so I don't really know how to handle this. So I do slash tiny mce. We're getting closer to it, to something, but we're not getting anything better. So fail to load icons default from URL. Control A, Control V, and I mean this is pretty much what's gonna be happening for a bit, just because I don't know how to work this thing. Um, Tiny MCE, and I don't see like a work troubleshooting kind of thing on the website for this. Um, okay, so my issue with this is that it seems like I would have to read everything in here to actually know what's going on. Let's see. Create an icon pack. So TinyMC introduced icon packs for customizing the editor icons. Familiar with the command line, blah blah blah. TinyMCE icon pack is a, gotta zip it on my screen there. TinyMCE icon pack is a JS file containing strings of, oh, I see. An icon pack can be used to include one or more custom icons or replace some of the default TinyMCE icons. So we can override this, it seems like. An icon pack only requires the custom icons to be included. By default, the default TinyMCE icons are used as a fallback. So they do have other icons. So they got a template for it, they got the SVG files, and you can build the pack there. I really don't care too much about that. I just wanted to see how we can get these icons in this thing. So yeah, we can keep going past all of this. But again, it's so weird. If I take the space URL out, right, we don't even have an issue. But then again, I didn't pay attention to if we had access to all the options either. So yeah, we still run into an issue. If I take this out too, what will happen? Because this code worked when we didn't put that stuff in there. Alright, so now it's more on it. So let's keep that stuff up in there and find the missing piece, because we're in the middle of a big puzzle and it's got to find the missing piece. And I'm going to go back to the top of Tiny Docs and go to Quick Start, because that's what we did. Actually, this seems completely different now. So here, TinyMC files. So this one's using Tiny Cloud. That's not what I want though. Tiny Drop, Advanced Topics, Boilerplate, Create Notifications. So I need to go further back actually. I need to go to the main page, TinyMCE, right? And then the only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type TinyMCE Angular. Oops. TinyMCE self-host Angular. So here's the documentation here. So okay, cool. So let's see. I have a working version of TinyMCE Angular and got it working using the npm install. Okay, cool. Got all that stuff. Good so far, but this requires an API key. So let's just look at the solutions. Doesn't seem like anybody liked anything. Let's see this answer. Facing this challenge today, I found on my npm module that lets you self-host in an easy way. ngx tinymce. First go to, wait, what? You mean to tell me path to hosted tinymce? What would be the path to this thing? So let me look down in my files to see if I got anything else in here that I'm not aware of. And then also I want to check this thing. Make sure tinymce isn't down in here. Alright, so nothing going on there, and let me check this as well. Control F, tiny. Yeah, so nothing there. All right, good. So now we're gonna go back to our code here, and I'm just scrolling to see if when I did my install, if any other files came with it, because it's real. It could have been real easy to miss something that I needed. So all of this stuff, this whole package here, is what's controlling the Tiny MCE. So the themes, skins, the plugins. However, I didn't think about this icons thing because and I'll show you what I mean in a second. So I remember when I was at messing around with this, we had this to set up all three of the what's the word I'm looking for? All three of those options from somewhere else. Um, so let me try this. Well, I don't want to use the web form. I do not want to use the browser or anything where I gotta do the extra stuff. So here we go here. So this is self-hosting, and apparently they have their own root for this thing. So there are multiple ways to instantiate Tiny MCE. Accessing Tiny MCE through the Tiny Cloud may not be the best use case for different deployment scenarios. This section explains additional installation options, including package managers, SDK, download, and other custom build options. Cool. So include this line of the head, but it's just right past it because we literally just said package managers, right? Okay, cool. So even when you do it this way, we still gotta do it. So let's just grab it and see what happens, right? Can't not gonna say it can't get any worse, but and I think we already have that here when we did our scripts, so I don't have to have that. Initialize Tiny MC as part of the web form. So what only thing I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna grab this and see what happens because I'm not sure what's going on here, but I don't like using these script tags because I shouldn't have to do that. And actually, this seemed like it was language agnostic. I'm just gonna type in Angular, and we got a long way from this thing. Long way from Angular 4. I mean Angular 9. So what yeah. So this seems like it's for. Let's go to the technical reference and keep that, and then we'll do this one as well. So got all that. So I'm still trying to figure out why this happened. So it says using a text editor, open path to tinymc dangler info app component.html and replace the contents with this. So we saw it work. Excuse me. Provide access to tinymce using Tiny Cloud. So we said, okay, we're gonna self-host. Cool. We said, all right, anything you're looking for, we're gonna set you up here. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Load Tiny MCE. To load Tiny MCE, we did that. Excuse me. Got that as well. And then now they're saying you gotta add that base root in there. Update the editor configuration to include the base URL and suffix options. Base URL, suffix options. And then we just having issue with the icons now. Yeah, so not sure what happened. To bundle TinyMCE using a module loader. Let's just look at this, right? This point can't hurt because we don't know what's going on. Ooh, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, right. At this point, our issue is the icons, right? So let's just focus on that. Let's just focus on the icons and nothing else. Let's just do Angular 9 tiny MCE icons, and that's all I want to type. Um, the icon's disappearing, right? That's got to be closed. You know, it's not the same. Oh, this is exactly what we're looking for, and nobody answered it. um, okay. So they're having the same issue I'm having. TinyMCE5 contains an icons folder with 2 JavaScript files. It would appear that you have not included that content. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So let's just add this and see what happens. And actually, I'm gonna go back and have the original stuff. And what I'll do is I'll link to it pretty much. So just like how in this Angular.json, I'm gonna, instead of trying to do this overly simple one, we're gonna be very explicit about what we're doing. So it failed to load the what is this? Slash tinymce slash icons slash default. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's do glob. We're gonna do it exactly the same way as the other ones are done, and then we're gonna go to the next piece, and then we're gonna put input here, and then we're gonna say that this is the node modules. So node modules, and 1 second. So yeah, you got node modules slash tiny mce slash icons slash default. I didn't think it was this one through. So we're just changing this now. So we're just changing this to output to be slash. So it's like we're redirecting everything. MCE slash icons. And then it seems like we have to have that slash there at the end as well. So if I save that, let's see if that fixes our problem. Worth a try. And I'm actually just going to take it further. I'm just going to do the slash default as well. Slash default slash default. And that should get us to where we need to be, I think. I didn't even see that thing refresh. So again, just because what we changed was such at such a high level, I'm going to stop the server, and I'm stopping the front end server, and then I'm going to restart it just to see if the issue was because when we're changing that app.json file, that's already, once that's set up, it's kind of, and you put in your code loads, I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't think it goes back and reruns that stuff when you do subsequent refreshes. So I'm hoping that that's the case. That once we changed it, it just didn't pick up on the rest, right? So let's see if that happened. And we're not seeing any errors in the terminal there. That seems fine. And we didn't see, oh, there we go, perfect. Yeah, so we just had to fix the route for that. And now we got our tinymce thing in here. So now we got a text editor, and it seems like this thing will take up the whole page if we let it. I don't necessarily want to do that, because if you look at the design, we said that this thing is going to take up stuff like this, and you know, it doesn't have to look exactly like this. I just wanted to represent that we did have a text editor that we can use. So now that we got that, I gotta be like, all right, now how do we manage this thing? And I'm gonna show you a quick trick, right, on how we can center this thing. Because really, I just want it centered. So let me grab all of that, and what I'm gonna say, oh, where is it? I think is this it? Oh yeah, so right here, excuse me, on this editor thing, I'm just gonna go in here and just do margin, and I'm gonna do 0 auto, and oh yeah, no point in centering it when you're already centered, I guess, when you take up the whole place. So let's just do width. I'm gonna say 80%, and then I'll activate that um, margin to center it. There we go. So now we got it centered and we got it. So I just did 80% because I don't want to give it a fixed width. So it can be a little bit more dynamic. So it's like, hey, no matter how much space you have, you need to take up 80% of that page. And that's why I did it like that. Granted, there's probably a cutoff there, right? But that's pretty much what that was. And I'll probably have a media query or something on this. Well, I'm not gonna say probably. I am gonna have a media query on this. I doubt I'll do stuff from my phone, but yeah, one day I might be adventurous. Um, so yeah, we can add more stuff in here through that plugin stuff. So now I can close all of these. Oop, thought I closed the file I wanted. So now in here you got the plugins. We can see all of the stuff in here that we can change, and that's pretty cool. So we can type and then we can undo it, right? Type, you can, well, undo it, redo it, right? We got the help icon, so we can get other stuff going on. We can look at the plugins and see what's more. We can add in date, time, full screen, visual blocks. All of this stuff is stuff that we can get, and we just have to add the plugins. And actually, it seems like they're already plugged. They're already here. So what if I just go to? I thought there was one for images in here. It's right here, right? So I can probably just go down in here and just literally say, hey, image. Oh no, it's right there. I wonder why that didn't work. So what I'm thinking is that that thing probably needs to, yeah. So it uses the tiny cloud to add in your images. We're not using tiny cloud, so I have no idea once you upload that image how this is gonna get connected. So no idea how that's gonna work, right? But yeah, it is what it is, right? Because we did say these are the plugins that we're installing. So that's that. With this being said, now I got to think about what we can do with this, because looking at the documentation again, it was saying something about that um, the way this thing is broken down, it can be considered as a text area. We can add it into a form. However, when we do the form, we don't have a way of specifying the fields in the way that we did previously when we set up our backend. So if you remember, excuse me, when we set up our backend and we had the model and we said, hey, we're gonna have this post.js and it's gonna look like this. um, if our code, well, not our code, but if this tiny MCE editor can be converted into HTML, which it usually is, we can specify which parts of these of the field is the content. So if stuff is in content, we don't have to worry about it, but we can probably have our cover image and all of that other stuff specified using those HTML tags. So that's the stuff that I want to isolate and get down to. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to do that. Okay. All right. So this is going to be, like I said, another tedious part because we don't know what we're doing, right? So that just a official Angular component, but I don't really care too much about that. I just want to see how we can communicate with our backend. So that was a great solution that that person gave. Um, I think I had an account. I should have gave them a markup because my man didn't even say, "Hey, thanks, dog." Let me see, add a comment. Am I logged in? I think I got an account with them. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't got no account. All right. So let's go back here. So we are now looking for how to work with this when we submit our forms. So they give us some hints. Is it here? Next steps, Tiny MC storybook, basic setup, Angular documentation. So that is not what I was looking. Oh, that's lit. That is lit. Um, this isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for. Let's look at the storybook, I guess. So this changes the. Oh, that's nice actually. Um, yeah, but this we don't need that. Event binding. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see nothing happening there. Data binding. Okay, so this might be what we're looking for. So, not sure what's happening here. There's no notes or any simple example of data binding with ng model. So, where is this ng model? H2 style text align center. MC provides a span. Full featured. So this is all the HTML going right into this thing. What I don't see is anything doing. I don't see any NG module stuff in this. I don't know if I'm looking at this wrong or, but I don't see it. So yeah, form validation. Enter or something. Yeah, none of this stuff that they're. Oh, okay, there we go. So like that's okay, I guess. But the thing is, they don't show you any of this stuff. They don't show you what's happening behind the scenes. They're not showing you anything. Yeah. Transclusion. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what this stuff is doing. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not even worried about that. So that is not helpful. Basic setup. We're past basic setup. Now we're at the part where we're like, hey, how do you do this thing? We can look at the plugins, and we can look at reactive forms because that's what we want. So actually, with reactive forms, is going to be part we look at first. Output format, control F reactive. Okay, here we go. So here, oh, there's something a little higher. Using with reactive forms, event binding. Okay, so to use TinyMC Angular component with reactive forms, include the editor configuration within the form group. What do they mean? And then that's it. To use, okay, include the editor configuration within the form group. I'm already confused. Okay. Add the form control name directive to the editor configuration. Include editor configuration within the form group. So now I'm trying to figure out, they tell you what to do, but they don't tell you what to do. Um, that doesn't help me. Functions can be bound to select or editor events. Um, yeah, that's not what we're looking for either. And so let's look at this output format. Used to specify the format of the content emitted by the TinyMCE Angular component. Oh, I'm sorry. I just had an idea. So what would happen is I would leave the content to be all of that stuff in the TinyMCE um, thing, right? So if I can find it, so everything in here would be everything, whatever it is, right? What I can do is we can put a input field right on here and have that be where the title is going to sit. And then what I would do is probably somewhere down at the bottom or something, I would attach an image, and that image would be whatever we wanted really. But we'd have an image that would say, "Hey, this is how you." Not. I mean, sorry. So I think in here you should be able to have images, right? But that doesn't matter to us, right? You can have image all through your post. We can go ahead and go and have our title. We can have our category. We can have the cover image, and then this thing here is going to be what our content is. And we can write our description out. We can, and then all of this stuff is done automatically for us, right? Um, we'll change this date active on when we post it, when we save it, right? So when the status changes, we'll post that date active. So that's fine. So we actually don't have to change this, and that's awesome to me. Because what'll happen is we'll say, right? So let's just go ahead and see how that's gonna look. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into this post comment, post component dot ts, right? And we're gonna have to, and we're gonna do the form group. So I've seen a lot of different ways on how people build form groups in Angular. I know I talked about this before, but let's dig into this a little bit more because I'm curious, right? I can't help that. Let me go over here and here. So the biggest thing for me is that form group setup, and for me, it's like there's got to be a reason why you do one way or another. And that's really the bottom line. I'm sorry. So I don't know. That's what I like to verify that to figure out why. So adding a basic form control, we got that. We know about that. We know, and actually, I really just want to go to form group. So, um, grouping form controls. So forms typically contain several blah blah blah. A form group defines a form with a fixed set of controls that you can manage together. So, all right, let's keep this in mind. So, form when we use that new form group, like here, it's saying this is for a fixed number of controls. All right, cool. Reactive forms provide two ways of grouping multiple related controls into a single form. A form group does just that. They also have, nested form groups. A form array defines a dynamic form where you can add and remove controls at runtime. You can also nest form arrays to create more complex forms. So that's cool. So maybe if you had a form where you might specify specific information if specific requirements are met, then you might want to do that form array. Um, cool. So and like the form group tracks the state of the whole group. So it tracks the state of each of those forms. Each control in a form group instance is tracked by name when creating the form group. The following, okay, so we gotta know how to do components to get the form group, then that's how they do that. So you got your form group and your form group names. Cool. So now I'm going to be very careful as I scroll down because I sometimes always miss it when they start using the other form and I start to miss it. So this is how they're nesting forms, and it's the same concept. but they start to change things. So here they use form group names since it's nested, so that's why they grab it by name as opposed to just doing a binding to form group. So I actually understand that one. Let's keep going here. Okay, so form builder. Creating form control instances manually can become repetitive when dealing with multiple forms. The form builder service provides convenient methods for generating controls. Use the following steps to take advantage of this service. Import the form builder. So this is just to save you time. Inject the form builder service. Generate the form contents. The following examples show how to refactor the profile editor component. And what was that? Oh yeah, okay. So how to refactor the profile editor component to use the form builder service to create form control and form group instances. And we're seeing this. Import that. You gotta inject that form builder service. And okay, so it's literally. I mean, it doesn't seem like you're doing anything much different. You're just. I guess you just don't have to write new form control. New form control, and have all that stuff set up. So I guess in that regard, it is a little more convenient. But it's like I said, it's nothing crazy. The form builder service has three methods: control, group, and array. So that's really all we needed to worry about. We know what the control, group, and array are, so that's fine. Um, an example above, you use the group method with the same object to define the properties in the module. The value for each control name is an array containing the initial value as the first item in the array. So cool. Actually, that answered my question. So use the new form group when you're like, all right, I know exactly what's going on here. Boom, I just want to drop it. You can use this form builder if you're like, I don't want to have to manually write all that stuff out. And then you got your validations. So I already did the other way, so I'm gonna continue with that. So I'm just gonna do where are we? Okay, yeah. So we gotta do this dot. Actually, let's create something called post, and this is gonna be a post equals. Oh, let me do this form group equals new. And actually, we really don't have to do that because we know it's a. Once we do this, right? We do form group, new form group. I'm sorry. New form group, and let's get into this. And again, so this is where we can say, we'd be like, all right, I don't want to do this, so we would just do. Actually, I'm going to try that. On the login page, I didn't mind doing it this way because we only had two things on this, but we're about to do quite a few fields, so let's take the shortcut. So let's go ahead and inject this thing. So we're gonna do private FB and form builder. Boom. What's the space here? And then only thing we have to do is say this dot, and I can't remember if it had it before or after the what's the word I'm looking for? Constructor. There we go. Okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. Cool. So got the constructor there, and then we're gonna just do this dot form builder dot group, and in the group we had title, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up our code, and I'm gonna move this over here so I can see the group. So I'm gonna go to our backend code, and I think I passed it. So I need to look at the models and go to post, and I'm gonna just move that over to the side, and we're just gonna go through and set that up. Genius. I'm typing in there. um, Split right, and close this one, and now we can just keep going. So I don't want this form group, you don't need it. And then say title, it's blank, right? And what I'm thinking is, right, is what if we save a we have a actually I can pass on that because that'll be somewhere else, I think. Yeah, there'll be a way to have that going on. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about what if we already wrote something out and then we're like, oh, we want to edit that form. How do we navigate that? And I'll show you guys how to do that. Just one thing at a time. So, don't need to do that. I need to do. I think I need to do this. Yeah. And then not dot comma. So title, category, category. If I can spell. Category, and then we got cover image. And I'm gonna have to look into the documentation on this because it seemed like the it didn't want to give us access to that image before when we were here. We said they said we have 19 plugins installed. So we see bold, italic, don't see underline actually, but they don't tell us how to use any of this stuff to import an image. So you got some shortcuts for this though. Keyboard navigation, you know. But when you look at the version and we look at the plugins, we say we have 19, but if you try to do an image, we can't see it. So actually, that's reason for us to dig into this. And sorry, I'm getting a little sidetracked on that. I just wanted to do it while it's on my mind, otherwise I'd forget. So let's look this up and go here. So it seems like they blurred this out for some reason. This plugin enables the user to insert an image to TinyMCE's editable area. The plugin also adds a toolbar button and an insert edit image menu item under the insert menu. So I don't see that at all. Plugins, image list. Oh, okay. Note that this is not drag and drop functionality, and the user is required to enter the path to the image. Optionally, the user can also enter the image description, dimensions, and whether image proportions should be constrained. Blah blah blah. These configurations affect the execution of the image plugin. Many of the settings here will disable. Okay, so let me say, the only reason why I went here is because some of these plugins aren't showing in general, right? 19 plugins installed, and we only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and possibly 14, right? So, yeah, 14, right? So we're missing this. What's this advanced list? Let's hover over them. We see. So we got redo and undo. We got we got blocks. We got bold, italic, align left, align center, line right, justify, bullet list, numbered list, decrease indent, increase indent. But we have a few more that are missing. So I'm gonna do F12, and I just want to see if anything shows up here that's missing. Um, and I'm not seeing that. Um, there we go. So I don't see any errors, meaning some of these plugins are just missing. So what I want to do is see if they have a little bit more information on this. Image tools. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so let's just go tiny MCE image plugin not showing. There we go, plugin not showing. Cool. My plugin doesn't show up in tiny MCE even though I can see it getting called. Anyone see what I missed? So um, mm, oh, they must have went into the source code for that. Assuming that you've included it correctly in both the plugins element and a theme advanced buttons config item, then I suspect that the problem is a JavaScript error in your plugin. In the code you've included, you have a comma instead of semicolon to the was missing the theme advanced buttons. Huh. What does this mean? In both the plugins element and a huh. So let me look into that. So plugin, let me see, control theme underscore. Let me just do this. Theme underscore advanced. Let me just do advanced now. Advanced plugins. See what this is. Search that. Oh, it's loading. So, no, I was supposed to do one thing, but I'm like, can't just not do it, right? um, this isn't what I was looking for though. So, let's keep looking. So let's just do plugin not showing. Image tool is not working. Icon. Some buttons are not showing up. There we go. And these are old stuff, so hopefully the same stuff still applies. You have used two toolbars, though the issue seems to be that with plugins. Try use instead below. What do I have? Okay, under redo, format select, bold, italic. I don't have underline in here. Oh, I see. I never added them to the toolbar. Underline, align left, align center. So I want all of this, and then I'll do visual. Oh, so that's what I have to check in, not the plugins, but the toolbar. So let's go and look at that. I'm just typing toolbar. So there's definitely a way we can have our images in here. It's just gonna be a matter of, how do we go from, we got the plugins, but we don't have the toolbars. Indent, italic, remove, format, strike through, underline, edit image. So actually, so all of these can go into the toolbar controls. The following table shows all available toolbar items, including items provided by plugins. To retrieve a list from the editor, run the following command in the browser console. So let's try this out, right? So I'm gonna paste that right on in, and it seems like I got a long list of stuff. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Cool. So quite a few, right? We can just select the ones, pick the ones that we want. I think these are all covered up in there, so we don't have to worry about that. But let's continue this, right? I did want to add image in here, so I'm just gonna first I'm just gonna copy the ones that are shown. So I'm gonna do what is this? I don't even know what visual blocks are, but we're gonna see today visual blocks, code, because this all seems like it's dealing with formatting. I want underline in here. I don't really care about insert date time. And then here I want image table. So this would be like the extra bulky stuff. Media. Well, yeah. Let's just do media. Okay. And I think they already have word count. Yeah, we already got word count in there. I think. Um, Anchor. Oh, I already got code. So pipe that, and we're just gonna save this file. We're not gonna save the TS file yet. And let's see what we get. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay, nice. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. So now, where's this supposed to be again? Show blocks. Oh, okay. So you can see like the paragraph blocks, and you can write some code in there. We got our underline. All right, cool. So now we can insert our images. Source. Ooh. I don't even know how we're gonna get an image in here. So we seems like we'd have to do something with Molter on this, or I don't know. Insert media again. No clue. So I guess if we did embed, you can embed it like that. Alternative source. I'm gonna have to look into this, because if you wanted to upload an image, I don't see a way that you can do that. Right, let's do users slash wnls slash pictures slash. I'm pretty much guessing all the way through here, just to see if it can get this deep. And then I'll do rename, Control A, Control C, and see if it can grab something like this. And I think I'll have to put this in the string like that. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Let's see if I would Google.com. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just see if I can find some kind of image. I'm gonna say cat. I'm not even a cat guy. I should have looked up dogs, but I want to say copy image address and paste that in here. And I'm just testing to see if this thing works. It seems like it already got it when I put it in, so that works if I wanted to get it offline. But if I wanted to put in my own image, how do I do that, right? File, upload, yes. File picker callback. This hook can be used to add custom file picker to those dialogues that have it. I don't want to customize it. Automatic uploads. Enable or disable automatic upload of images represented by data URLs or blob URIs. Such images get generated, for example, as a result of image manipulation through image tool plugin or after image is drag dropped onto the editor from the desktop. So let me try this because I thought they said that the drag and drop wasn't working. Ooh. Yeah, that just took over my whole screen. That definitely didn't work. um, oh, what if I do this? Instead of drag and dropping into the whole thing, what if I just drag and drop it into this? So let me try to get this and then go back and then paste this into the field. Save. Save. Yeah, it ain't working. So let's look into this. Or if this editor from the desktop warning, note this option will do nothing if images is not specified. So let's be careful with this, right? Upload base path. This option lets you specify a base path to prepend to URLs returned from the configure images upload URL page. No. Image option allows you to specify a function that is used to replace TinyMC's default JavaScript upload handler with custom logic. The upload handler function takes three arguments: blob inflow, a success callback, and a failure callback. When this option is not set, TinyMCE uses blah 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 one at a time to the server and calls the success callback. Note, please note that when using this option, no other image uploader options are necessary. Additionally, if you would like TinyMCE to replace the image tag src attribute with a remote location, please use the success callback defined in the function. Okay, cool. So I think this is what we're looking for, but I don't know where we put this. So I think we down in this init, it seems like. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this whole thing. And what I want to do, I don't really care about what happens. I just want to see what happens when you do it. So that's what I should have said. Not, I don't care what happens, but I just want to see what happens when we do this, because now this is going to take control over how we can upload images. That did not seem like it liked it. And instead of the semicolon, I'm going to do this. And it's so red in here because our now that we have that custom stuff in there, no, we're missing stuff. Oh, comma. Oh, no. So here we get down to open another one, close that one, that one's closed. We're missing a closing tag. So let me look at the code again that I copied. I did miss one. So, alright, solve the success. There we go. So now I can save this file, and only this file. It should auto refresh. Alright, let's try it. Missing expected closing terminal at line 109. Wait, at column 109. What do you mean column 109? Where is this? Net base URL. Binding expression cannot contain chain expression column 139. Alright, so let me pull this thing out. It seems like I got that in wrong. Yeah, get that out. and then let's try this again. So all this stuff going on here, and we're just gonna get this images upload handler. That I did miss more. So this is what they're using to handle this. I'm trying to just follow along, but they're not making this easy. The heck? So I might not even be able to use it because it's just saying still something about. Okay, so I am gonna refresh here. All right, last thing is usually it tells you what line the error is on, so it says line 3. Like I'm missing a closing bracket or something. Oh, comma. Oh, come on. So it's just saying it's expecting another one of these somewhere. I just don't know where. I lost track. So, oh, I see, I see, I see. So what I have to do is put this at another level because we have our whole init thing, but we don't have something handling this. So it seems to be okay with this like that. Kind of nervous about saving it, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I can't think of another way to do this. Parsing template expected, unexpected character in a file. Okay, this is workable. And then instead of, oh, I see, this needs to go on the TS file. Yeah, that's what happened. This needs to go on the TS file. So I'm looking right at it and not even picking up that this is TypeScript. tinymce.init. Change this value according to your HTML. As right now it's editor, so let's just go here and I'll stop the form group here, I guess. Just because we got things to get up in here. What do you mean you can't resolve all parameters? Oh, that's why. Alright, so what we gotta do is go here, right? We do this dot, is that it? tinymce dot init, but I don't know where this is. So I'm lazy, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go tinymce image upload. Where is this? Because I really don't see it. Alright, excuse me, that water went down the wrong pipe. I'm like sitting here like, dog, where is this freaking upload thing? I really can't find it. So what I'm gonna do is look through here. It might be in one of these plugins. So we already imported that image tools thing, so I'm not gonna look at that. Media Moxie Manager, what's that? Text color, visual blocks, word. UI components. Do I need any? No, I don't think so. Create a plugin, create a skin, boilerplate CSS, create custom notifications, editor command identifiers, editor icon identifiers, events, integrations. I really only care about image upload. So that's what I'm going to look into outside of that. That is nope, can't do it. So let's see, tiny MCE image upload. So now you want to do a local upload, and again, I have options. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. Wait, didn't I have that in there? Ooh, let me clean this up some more. Oh, I just never saved it. Cool. So, click on image, media. Oh, what did I do? Oh, it just got the good stuff. So that's table. This is source. It didn't even ask if we wanted to upload. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So they just took that completely out, I guess. Moxie Manager is a premium plugin service system that enables users to insert files located externally to the editor. Oh, this is what we were looking for. Of course it's premium. Moxie Manager is an application separate from TinyMCE that includes .NET or PHP server components. Being built by the team behind TinyMCE, it has tight integration with editor via a toolbar control. It is designed to work with TinyMCE configuration settings such as relative URLs, blah 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 blah. Moxie Manager is a paid addition to TinyMCE. It is included in subscriptions. Full documentation on Moxie Manager, include how to integrate with TinyMCE, can be found. And there's actually another way I can get images in here. I can take advantage of my S3 bucket from AWS and use those URLs to pull in images. So it's a little bit more tedious, but why not pay a subscription to upload, just literally just to upload images, to me? And then look at this. You're gonna charge me for storage? I'd rather pay AWS because I'm already paying them. That's yeah. I'm not paying extra. Well, I'm not paying anything for the free tier, but I'm not paying for this. That's the bottom line. I'd rather pay somebody else than to go through you and pay for it, because give me something for free, keep it free, or you know, I'm not paying. I let's see here. It is designed to work such a setting as relative paths. So I'm almost certain I can probably find a way to work around that, but they're probably betting on that too. Um, what I missed is, wait, where did I even search? For, I feel like I keep going into the search and then I change my mind. Tiny MCE image uploads. Ooh, no, image upload. Um, so they keep telling me there. So I need to how to upload image to Tiny EC editor using PHP. Let's look at this YouTube video. Shit, that was loud. So this is tinymce.init. So I wonder if they even know, if I go into my thing here, would they even know what a tinymce is? I'm just gonna type tinymce, and this is gonna be tiny. Let me see if I do editor. Oh, interesting. So then what if I do tiny? Oh, tiny. This the tinymce.init. Oh, lit, lit, lit. And then go to file picker types. And now let me try that stuff I was copying it before. Local upload. Yes. We've supported local file picking and image uploading for quite some time already. However, making these features functional requires some effort on the user's side while not being immediately obvious. At the same time, some effort is still required, but we decided to supplement the feature with an intuitive UI. Once images upload URL is defined in the config, an upload tab appears in the image dialog. Oh, okay. So what you have to do is what? Wait, it says once a image is divided in the config, images upload URL. So this is it here. Without images upload URL set, upload will not show up. So let's try this. So upload images URL, boom, and I'm just gonna set this thing. What's it? Post acceptor.php. And it also seems like I can use I can refer to my tiny MCE stuff without using I can define it. Okay, so let's see. Eh, I'm just gonna put it slash. I'm just gonna put anything right here for right now. I'm just gonna put slash admin, I guess, right? Just to see what happens. Oh, what's going on? This expression is is not callable. What do you mean it's not callable? It has no call signatures. Alright, so that burst my bubble. Ah, here we go. Upload images. TinyMCE dot activate. So there's other ways. Local images can be uploaded to TinyMCE through the use of the editor upload images folder function. This functionality is handled asynchronously, meaning that it is possible for users to save their content before all images have completed uploading. If this occurs and no server path to the remote image is available, the images are saved as base 64. It is recommended that the editor upload images function be executed before submitting the editor contents to the server to avoid saving content as base 64. Once all the images are uploaded, a success callback can be utilized to execute the code. This success callback can be used to save the editor's content to the server through a post. So let's read the whole thing. The image uploader is designed to complement the image editing functionality of TinyMCE. Images that are edited within TinyMCE can be uploaded using this function. Local images that are added through other means are also uploaded using this function, such as images added by drag and drop when using the paste data images configuration property or the Tiny Power Paste plugin. That's what that is? Huh. Let me check that out. That's probably all I need. No. Function edit execute the editor.upload function upload images function before submitting the editor contents to the server to avoid storing the images as base 64. So this is the issue. So I remember when I first started talking about this project, I said that we could save our images as base 64 objects. But in this case, there seems to be a workaround for that where we don't have to use the base 64. So that'll be great because that'll help with other stuff. So image upload requirements. a server-side upload handler script that accepts images on the server, saves them appropriately, and returns a JSON object containing the location of the saved images is necessary to upload local images to a remote server. An example with PHP, and I do actually have a server that is capable of handling image uploads. However, I didn't think about creating it as a standalone thing. But again, I don't want to. I'm not worried about getting to that part just yet. I just wanted to see if I can get the functionality there. Um, so let's do that. So, and in order to do this, we had to do, wait, yeah. So editor.upload images. Where's that? Using upload images from posting a form. So I can just copy this, and I'm gonna go over here. And instead of what I did there, I'm just gonna try this. Tiny MCE. So and so again, this is coming from um, the documentation, which more than likely uses some other kind of setup to get this going. Again, most of them are JavaScript based, so that's why we're not seeing some of the stuff that they have. But what we can do is we go and grab this Power Paste plugin. Hopefully it's free. Any year now. So now I'm curious because I didn't see it over here. Oh, it's right there. So now I'm going to see which one's faster. And we can close this out. And we can close that out. Sometimes I hate looking at other people's code because it's just like super overwhelming. And not in terms of like, oh, like it's discouraging, but sometimes it's overwhelming because you're like, what the f is this? So this is only available for paid people. You can have tiny MC automatic. So if you configure PowerPaste to allow local images, then images copied from Microsoft Word, and you can have tiny MCE automatically upload base 64 encoded images for reverting back to a standard image as described in the image upload documentation. I don't want to do that, and I don't want to pay you to do this. So it seems like I'm going to have to do this. However, I don't have access to doing this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Angular tiny MCE upload images because I got to figure out how they're doing this, and I got to figure out how to do this in Angular. There we go. So they have a directive, it seems like. So we can get rid of this and that. So, oh, I didn't peep that. Let me check this really quick. So there can be an icon on this. So, with jQuery, we can add local images to TinyMCE editor like this JS fiddle. The module for TinyMCE for Angular is UI. Is that the one we had? But adding local file doesn't work with that module. Macro follows. If it works, there should be a file browse button like this when I click insert image, but it doesn't appear. Other than that, everything works. Is that a question? My controller. I use that directive in one of my apps, and I can get that button to appear by using the okay. But again, these are JavaScript based. I need Angular based answers. I'm using TinyMCE editor in Angular, my Angular 5 project, and want to handle image uploads, which I'm currently not able to do. Here is my current code, which is very similar to mine. This will work for me. I'm using TinyMCE. Yep, the same thing. Source in the constructor or init. Plugins, got all that. Toolbar, image, add tab. Oh, so maybe this is it here. Edit to add, you can use that function to upload files as well. As you know, I would much rather have the base64 data for the particular project I'm working for. So I'm just going to go with the image underscore advanced tab true and see what happens. So I'm going to go image underscore advanced and let that be true. And let's see what happens. Show me the money. Show me the, show me the, show me the, show me the, show me the money. Oh, okay. Not, that's what we do, 124. Oh, I see, okay. Let's do media, advanced, media, I don't know why that's advanced. So I'm not getting what I was expecting. So maybe I need to copy some more information. So, and I think we gotta have this in order for it to work. No, in modern browsers, input type equals file is functional without even adding it to the DOM, but that might not be the case in some older or quirky browsers like Internet Explorer. So I'm just gonna grab this and see what happens. Because it seems like they doing some DOM manipulation here, and I'm not necessarily working on a what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not necessarily working in a JavaScript environment, so I don't know how they got their MCE stuff set up, because I don't think this is the place for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at that tiny MCE object. I mean, not that I'm going to look at that editor component, because that has a lot of stuff that we can probably use. So I'm going to go check it out. What is this? Jeez. Okay, there we go. Editor component, and I'm just gonna hit that, and I want to see what else we can get on this thing. So when we did that not the construct, when we have that element, we got all this stuff. We got the init, we got the ID, initial values, output format, right, inline, tag name, plugins, model events. But I don't see any additional stuff that we can use here. So in the tool, so maybe there's something in the toolbar that we can use that maybe I didn't see before. Yeah, because it's definitely, apparently we can't access this, because this is the one that I thought we can use, but we can't. So I'm gonna say let's I'm gonna say tm, and then I'm gonna say editor component equal tm dot init dot initial value Sure. Tiny. Yeah, so we're not getting anything out of that. Initial value, initialize, inline, model events, on activate. We're not getting in anything else from this. Um, Another thing I could have did was trying to link to it from the HTML, but didn't see much happening there. So still got to do some digging around because not necessarily answering my questions here. Because this is obviously being done somewhere else, right? They created an ng module on this thing. Ng model to keep track of this. So maybe that's what I have to do in order to get it to go. But I'd always like to get something a little bit more concrete when I'm doing this. Upload image from local into TinyMC. We can grab this one too. It's been a while though, so I don't want to use that. It's a little too old. I'm going to write. I found this example with PHP, but I don't want to use PHP. Never used it before, so I'm not going to start now. This .tinymce options. Jeez. Jeez. So I guess I can check this to see if the stuff that I'm doing is even working. And what I'll do is images upload URL. Right? I thought I had that before. Maybe not. Do this. I'm just gonna run this first, right? See if that works. And this is just to see if the images get a title. And if this works, then I know that other options can be added. Oh yeah, look at that. Cool. So I don't know why I got so excited. So let's go back over here and let's try this, right? Again, said I was gonna just throw something on there to get this to work. But we haven't gotten anything going so far. So I think I missed a comma. Yep. So now we can just go back and see what we got. And still getting that image. Oh, forgot. Didn't refresh yet. Cool. So, oh, there we go. Boom. That's all we needed. So again, what's gonna happen with these is that so actually I guess I can take this out then, huh? Because I didn't even know what that was doing. So look at that, just a little bit of time, a little bit of overlooking stuff. Because it's kind of hard to just look and dissect what's going on. So that's just one of those things. And what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna do something called a view child, so that I can have access to this editor, because I gotta set that way to handle that. What's what I'm looking for? I gotta have a way to handle the upload stuff. Yes, cool. And I really don't have a specific way for uploading images. I mean, I can always create the route. It's not that big of a deal. But my question is, and then I guess I can save it locally too. I can, just like how I used Molter before, I can have a separate one where it just saves the files locally and then uploads them. So I can use Molter for that. There's probably a few other ways, but here they got the slash upload, right? And we can see how this guy did it. Or girl. I'm going to write upload and there. Okay, so I had these lines of codes in the server side. So they use express file upload. So if that's easier, I might just use that because I'm not storing it in the database. So I don't want to make it too tedious if it doesn't have to be. So we got file, picker callback, function callback, value, meta. So if meta.file type equals image, you're going to Oh, I see. They're using jQuery to get this upload ID. And what they're going to do is they're going to trigger a click on that to say whatever, right? They must have some kind of event listener, meaning they're going to do something when you click on it. And then they're going to do another one called on, then that's going to, and then they're going to have another one called on change. Well, when it changes, you're going to say, you're going to get the list of, you're going to get that first file from an array of files. Oh, geez, you heard that thunder? And then you're going to grab the reader and you're going to use the file reader that's native to, I guess, the JavaScript file reader. And then you're going to, I guess, like you're going to load it in, you're going to apply some alt stuff to it, and reader read as data URL file and passes all that in. And what I'm assuming is once this is done and my request handler and server, excuse me, so they created a post with an upload, you know, they got these variables that they're using, and all they're doing is they're just they're grabbing I guess this is their client side stuff. This is whatever they call it, I don't know. But this is their way of creating the file name for it, I believe. Well, no, this is the folder that's in. Anyway, um, so if the file system exists, so they're saying if the folder doesn't exist, then you're gonna create it. Otherwise, you're gonna log out your error. And then down here, if there's no files, you're gonna send a 400. No files are uploaded, and this is how everything is being handled. Um, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. There's no getting around that. So let's just go and get this done. So I'm gonna create a router for uploads because, and this is really just so that you don't have to save your images as that base x64. So you know you can save it locally and still have it. And yeah, and the only reason why, again, with the background images that I use for these posts, I don't store them as x64 images because I don't know. Well, really, it's like I'm thinking about SEO optimization. When people are searching for images, all that kind of stuff. If my images pop up and people look into it and get to my blog, that works, in my favor. But I'm not sure. Let me see this actually. Tiny MCE image type, I guess. Image tools. How does Tiny MCE store images? Right. That's really all I want to do. So let's go and dig into this and see. And it should tell us here what the pros and cons are. And I know I've been going for a while now. I get really excited, so I sometimes I just can't sleep. I probably need to eat soon, but I'll get to it in a second. So again, once uploaded, Tiny MC automatically updates the image source attribute with a new path to the remote image. The image uploader is designed to complement the new image editing functionality. Images that are edited within TinyMCE can be edited using this function. Local images that are added through other means. Yeah. So again, with the images, they're storing them as the x60, the base 64 type, which allows them to be easily rendered. Just pretty much it's like a buffer. They use that, and that buffer, as you saw, is like an array of numbers, just significant amount of numbers that make up that image. So just think about it as like a bunch of ones and zeros that pretty much make an image, almost similar to how HDMI connections and all that stuff, process ones and zeros to render the stuff you see on your screen right now. So, at this point, they pretty much create these options for you to change that from happening. And my thing is, I believe that what happens with this is that, excuse me, I think when you do this, this allows you to store it locally on your um, on your computer. But again, I don't really want to do this. So one thing that I could do is probably upload the image to maybe an S3 bucket or something, and then when I want to re-render the image, just pull it down again. That's one way, and but I can't really think of another way to do that as of right now because let's see, this thing is meaning that it's possible for users, blah blah blah. Blah. If this goes, no server path to the remote image is available, and the images are saved as base 64. And again, let's see, images as base 64 blog. So, now we can check this out. Unfortunately, even to this day, some optimization plugins and blogs suggest optimizing your images by encoding them to base 64 and including that straight into your HTML. In this post, I want to address why, in this day and age, this is almost always a very bad idea that has been carried over from many years ago. Back then, web browsers had heavy limits, blah 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 blah. Download size increase. Although base64 is a relatively efficient way of encoding binary data, it will on average still increase the file size for more than 25%. This not only increases your bandwidth bill, but also increases the download time. So the CPU overhead, caching issues, SEO, the issues are not actually not limited to performance, but using base64 encoded images on your website, you might also be hurting both your SEO and user experiences as well. The reason for this is that sharing base64 images is much harder due to the fact that they are not actually accessible via a public URL. This means that web crawlers and your users are unable to get links pointing back to your website, which makes sharing content much harder and can potentially hurt your page rank as well. When to actually use base64. Base64 has a lot of use in technology, but unless you have a very good reason, you should try to avoid it as part of your HTML or CSS file. There are some edge cases where base64 might be useful. One such example would be for very small images where base64 string is actually smaller than the length of an URL string and HTTP request. Alright, cool. All my words started jumbling together. Um, so at this point, I got the option of saving those images to to my S3 bucket. I mean, that's the only place I can do it, right? Because if you save it locally, then every time you go to load your stuff, you got to think about it that you're you gotta store these images on your blog or your wherever your page is at. You're storing those images locally on that, and I'm not sure I want to do that. Where to store tiny MCE images? Um, Save image with tiny MCE. Implementing tiny MCE on website has been used as a content editor by the owner of the website. The content is saved in a TXT file. I would like to know if it's possible to save an image uploaded in a tiny MCE into a specific folder on the server. You'll be able to choose a specific location for image uploading using the image upload URL property. You can read more on that. Um, yeah, this is the part that bothers me a bit. Mm, this one here. This hook can be used to add custom file picker dialogues. Um, all right, so let's look around, right? We already checked that out. Image man in there. Large bases are not loaded. So I don't want a base 64. Um, how to so MongoDB store images, and I'm gonna have to use that GraphQL stuff as well. Oh, grids fs. I'm sorry. How can I store images in a MongoDB database rather than just text? Can I create an array of images? Please see GridFS docs for storing binary data. I don't want to do that. Let's see. Store images on MongoDB without encoding. If you don't want to use a proper image storing solution like GridFS, oh wait, huh? Storing I'm trying to store images in MongoDB after downloading with the request. Please know I'm using MongoJS module. If you don't want to use a proper image storing solution like GridFS, you could base 64 and close your code. So let's look at I'm sorry, I didn't found a whole rabbit hole. But you know, this kind of the things that pop in because and like I said, in order to get that image stored, we gotta make sure we got places to put it. And let's just see what's going on. GridFS is a specification for storing and retrieving files that exceed the BSON document size limit of 16 megabytes. And really, we're really into this for images. So let's just do Control F, and I'm just gonna type image. Um, let's say, how does GridFS store images? All right. One may think how files stored in GridFS. Instead of storing a file in a single document, GridFS divides the file into parts. Each chunk is stored in a separate document. Each chunk has a maximum size of 250 kilobytes, except for the last chunk. The last chunk is only large as required. Um, this article explains the mechanism of storing and retrieving. So my thing is, if it's still gonna be an x64 thing, then I still don't want it. Does GridFS use base 64? There we go. I'm using MongoDB and I want to store some thumbnails on my server. What's best, using GridFS or converting those images to base 64 and storing them directly inside a document? As always, there are some disadvantages. Less database requests if only the document plus thumbnail is needed. Less kind requests. Neutral storage requirements are equal. Cons: you can't reuse the very same image thumbnail in another document easily because there's no ID to reference to. For us, that's not an issue because the server responses are gzip compressed, and you can't really tell the difference between 1 and 5 equal images. With MongoDB and NoSQL, it's all about knowing your use cases. If lots of your documents share the same image, you should use GridFS and just provide links to those files. Because if your clients will always need the thumbnail, you maybe should consider embedding the files as base64 within your response. This is especially nice if the images are not shared. Base64 of course means more traffic on the wire because it needs 8 bits to transfer 6 bits. 75% efficiency. This of course only affects the client server communication. That did not explain anything. I just want to know if gridfs is using this base 64. That could change the binary data to base 64. Um, store base 64 stream image. So I'm assuming that this base 64 is not the same as the binary stuff. Um, yeah, I didn't think about that. How do you how are images saved? They should be saved as buffer, right? How are non-base 64 images saved? Storing found is the base directly or is base 64 data? Okay, here we go. The common method to store images in a database is to convert the image to base 64. Oops, stop. I don't think, oh, cool. Yeah, I'm getting hungry, so I'll hop off at 11:30. As soon as my browser stops freezing. Alright, cool. So the common method to store images in a database is to convert the image to base 64 data before storing the data. This process will increase the size by 33%. Alternatively, it is possible to directly store the image as a blob, for example. Hmm. And display the image with, so it seems like it's still base 64 encoding. With the latter method, we save 1/3 storage space. Rise are more common, yeah. So, alright, let's check this out. So, Pro base 64, the encoded representation you handle is a pretty safe string. It contains neither control characters nor quotes. The latter point helps against SQL injection attempts. Pro blob. Database manager software knows what type of data it has to expect and can optimize for that. If you stored base 64 in a text field, you might try to build some index or other data structure for it, which would really be really nice stuff and useful for real text data, but pulling in a waste of time. Okay. Alright, so um yeah, I think I got it stored as a buffer. Let me just check and see how that base 64 encoding is done. MongoDB. Data image is base 64. How do I save to the database? What should be the type of the field in the schema buffer? The short answer is stored as binary, for which in Mongo schema you can use buffer to do this. The longer form is to demonstrate a round trip of conversion starting with the original binary and back again. Base 64 encoding and decoding is not a necessary step in most real world cases, and it's just there for demonstration. Reading the image from the file, base 64 encode that data, turn back into binary data. Store binary data in the database, read binary data in the database. Okay, so I think I got enough. So far I think my images are actually stored as raw stuff. I'm thinking when I store these images, how am I gonna get them and then redirect them to where they were? For instance, if we go into this um, here and we upload an image, and you know we have an image that we want to upload, and let's say we pick this one. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I added on a method for where were we? Where were we? Where were we? I forgot that I added on a method for handling that. I just so what is gonna happen is actually let me do a F12 on that because I want to see this web traffic. So I'm gonna do this again. Drop that shotting gun up in there. There we go. So it tried to go and get upload. So okay, now we've got something working. So I'm going to create a route on the back end, and we're gonna go and get this thing going. So let's do a new router, and we're gonna do a upload router, and that could be file upload, right? File upload router dot js. I wonder if I did dot router dot js. I just want to see if it changes the file. Nah, it doesn't. Dash router. Okay, so we've got that. Now we've actually got to do it. So question is, where are we going to save these? Should I save blog images locally? Ah, look at this guy. You're a writer, not a photographer. Blah blah blah. Break up the text. Yada yada. Yada yada yada. Yada yada yada. Your blog images are another great tool to add to your SEO arsenal. Make use of the alt tag. Right. Images are great. That should be obvious. Be sure to use the image with blog post so that okay. Does not help me at all. None of that was what I thought it would be. Oh yeah. Converse got the same images for the web. Yes. So it's like should I save blog images? Is that what I put? On the surface, save image for the web can be pretty straightforward. Promise. Deep dipper. Before the save. Actually, I just want to go. Because what I'm thinking here is like I'm thinking, is this like a business kind of thing? If you're like a photographer, what is this thing called again? Let me go to application, right? Local storage. Local storage. So that's the local storage of your uh, database here. And this right now it's Google. Google definitely ain't storing no images here. Um, and that's like when you upload it. So what might happen is I might have to create another what's the word I'm looking for? So save the image in the database, and what'll happen is if I save it to the database, I can create like an images object, and well, not an object, but a images model. And then what'll happen is each image will have its ID, and then what'll happen is I can link that image to this specific um, huh, yeah, I can link that image ID to the post. So then that way, what'll happen is when we load in it, when we pull everything in from the server, it'll just pull in that image. But I don't know if that's what I need to do. It's either storage or the database, right? Um, that's about it. If your blog has images, do you use local storage or database? There we go. Because that's a lot of space that we're going to be putting in there. I'm making an HTML summary doing something with images. Frankly, I just use HTML Java. Um, the tool displays an image and then displays percentual and actual coordinates. Blah 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 blah. You can use a compression algorithm to save images for blog without base 64. What's the best way to store images? Pros and cons both ways. Does any of them load quicker? If by actual image you mean a PNG, then saving the images is probably better. If you encode, basically, you require any application that you're going to go through the extra conversion and then load it. The only reason to use is if you transfer data in a form that only access. No, okay. But for storing locally on the user's machine, you would never want to use base 64. Okay. So I'm thinking that we're just gonna have to create a route to store this stuff in the database. Um, and it's similar to yeah, let's just do that. I made it more difficult than it had to be. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is we're going to say const. I think we're using Multer, right? So I'm lazy, so I'm gonna grab yeah. So this is great. So we're gonna grab this, and when I do this, we already have our stuff set up here. And instead of post, we're gonna do mm, I'll actually call this one files because I don't know. Actually, I don't want to call it file because there's probably something in here. I'm gonna just call it mm, media. Media. Okay, cool. Didn't mean to do that, but I did. So we got media, and then it's gonna be mono slash media, and it doesn't exist yet, so don't worry about that. And we do have to be authorized for this thing. We're gonna use Multer, and okay, cool. So we got all of that. So the only thing we're gonna do now is gonna say router dot post, right? And then we're gonna post it to slash upload, and this is gonna do dot nope comma, and then I gotta see how you do this multer setup again. So I'm gonna move this over here so I can see it. There we go. So now, oh, wrong one. So here we go. So it's got to be slash API slash upload slash API slash upload, and we got auth. Need to get authorized. Upload dot single, and then we'll do that's what just call it image, and then we'll do the async await request response, and then actually since I had that other since I had the browser open, well, I had the network open, I can look and see what the headers were. So try to send it there. I want to see what the payload was really. Oh yeah, so look at that. You get a file. So it's called file. So that's what I should call this. And I'm gonna do try. And actually, I don't want to upload single. We might be uploading a lot more. I'm gonna do upload dot. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Oh, look at this array. Returns middleware that processes multiple files sharing the same field name. Yeah, I think that's what happened because, well, let's see this. Can we upload more than one image at a time? And if we can't, then there's no point in being worried about it. Yeah, so we can only do one at a time. So I'll save it for one, and then if we need to do more, we'll do more. Damn, I'm terrible with time. I said I was gonna stop at 12:30, but I can't. So we gotta try. We do const file equals request dot file dot buffer, and then well, actually, let's just do this. We're gonna say if, right, request dot file catch the response dot send status. Really, we're gonna give it that 400 because it's just an invalid response. And we can send the payload with it. So we got const if there's a oops, we got this thing here. Const file equals that, and then I wonder if I can use file outside of that. So what I have to do is I say let file, just so I can define it there, and then I can just set it here. And what I'll do is, instead of doing that, I'll just say if there's no file, we're just going to throw new error, no file, is missing. No file to. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to say. Let's see where it's handled somewhere else. Just throw them. No. You have a few options, but I would recommend two of them. Send me images as Luca advised. No. It's good, but doesn't work on big files. Image in MongoDB. Use grid F for storing images longer than 16 megabytes. Instead of storing a file in a single document, GridFS divides it up into single parts. By default, GridFS uses a chunk. So, Multer, with Multer, you upload files to server and save routes to your database. When you are in need for those images, you take the route name of a file and get it from the server. So that's what we're gonna do, but I don't know. It seems like it's different. So throw an error. Cool. Just throw a new error. Cool. And then we'll get that. We'll go down there. So it says file does not exist. And then trying to think. Oh yeah. So then we'll go here. If we don't throw an error, we're gonna say all right. Const file equals request dot file dot buffer. So now we've got the file, and then we're going to await. Actually, const file equals new file. Oh, actually, with new media, I guess. Right. And then we'll just say await file dot save. So now let's go up and create our well, we already got the model created. Oh no, we don't. New file, it'll be I guess media.js. And the reason why I said media is because it could be a video. So then we're gonna do const require const mongoose equals require mongoose. So we got that, and they're gonna say const media schema equals mongoose equals new mongoose dot schema, and then we just have one thing on there. It's going to be the image, and that is going to be of type buffer. And I guess we're gonna give it a name as well, right? Trying to think. Because when I looked at that, I'll skip the name part for now, just because I don't think we get a name. And then I'll just say required is true. So that's all I'm going to put on here, and then I'm going to go down into here, and I'm going to just say const media. How did we do this before? Yeah, capital. Thought so. Const media equals equals dot model, and then we're gonna call this thing media. I'm gonna say media schema. Boom. And we're gonna do module dot exports equals media. All right. So now we've got the media actually there. We've got some stuff on there, and now my thing here is once I put that in there, I have no idea how I'm gonna get this back. Oh, I think what I'll do is I'll do and I'll create a get, and the only thing I'm gonna do is just so I'm gonna say this is gonna be a get, and then we can just take this out. And I'm going to take the alt out for now because we're technically not authorized. We're not really holding our payload token. So now we got quest.flow, and we don't have to worry about this. The only thing we're going to do is we're going to do const media equals await media dot find by ID. So media dot find by ID, and it'll be request dot param dot ID. I guess I'll do it like that. And that's how we're gonna get it. And we're just do response dot and then here actually, and then we'll do response dot status because we created something. So 201, and then we say dot respond dot send, and what I want to send is file dot ID because we're going to do something with that ID, and I think it's file dot underscore ID to get it. And down here we want this ID, and we say response dot send media. So we're going to send that object back to wherever it came. And don't think I needed that double comma here. Not comma, but you get what I'm saying. Actually, why did I need it here? Oh, I see. So I think I made a mistake here actually. So I shouldn't have needed two of those. Yeah. Shouldn't have needed it. And then here, if it's we can't get it, it's a 500. So I think I've got this thing set up. So now let's just go ahead and let's get it going. Where am I looking for? Oh yeah, I gotta go back into this code here. Actually no, where's that HTML? And I gotta change this to slash API slash upload, and let's see what we got. Alright, there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear that thing out. Click on this. We're gonna upload something, and let's upload the shotgun gun. And we're still getting that 404. 404 not found. Huh. So I think what happened was we said the router. Well, a few things actually happened. So we gotta manage this callback. So we put this thing up on there, but we never said what's gonna happen. So the hook can be used to add custom file picker to those dialogues that have it. Internally, we support this in image media link dialog tabs. This replaces file browser callback. Once you define file picker callback, small browse button will appear along the fields of okay. When the user clicks the button, I'm sorry, I was gonna text one. Um, Three arguments. Cool. Object containing values of other fields in the special dialog. Okay. So how does this thing set up? File picker callback. Actually, where was that upload handler? Here we go. So you got the URL there, and I'm just gonna go ahead and grab as much as this as I can, and I'm gonna probably put this to well, I'm gonna put this somewhere first where I can check it out, and then I'll modify it as I need to. So I'm gonna put this here because this is something I can use to check some stuff on it. So first thing first is ugh, it's hideous. I'm gonna leave it like that for now, and I just want to check to see where this thing ends. So you got if image file type, and they used jQuery here, and I don't need to do that because I'm gonna have a view child for it, and the view child is going to be actually let me just go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and put a I'll say editor. I'll say tiny MCE, right? MCE. So then now we say, alright, we're gonna grab this thing called tiny MCE, right? Selector. Oh, wrong. Put the selector up in there, and the selector is going to be editor. And then here is where is this? Where are we? I'm gonna call this tiny MCE, and this is going to be type editor component, and that is all. So then now, well, I didn't think I had to do that. Well, actually, I did. So now it'd be tiny MCE. This dot tiny MCE. And then same thing here. We're gonna do this dot tiny MCE. And the only reason why I did this is because I don't know what's happening here. So and I don't want to use that. I want to do not see what they did. They wanted to do this binding. So now you've got an anonymous function here, and I think I backspaced this. Bar file, and since we're not using this, this is gonna be const, and this is also going to be const. And then here, same deal. They want this. I thought non arrow functions are forbidden. So then pull that back. And then when triple equals. And now we've got something that still doesn't close itself. Oh, geez. Alright, so wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, so here to here. Grab all that. Cut it. And I'm going to put this over in here. I'm going to save all this stuff. And don't even know what this, I guess we'll find out. So all it did was it went in and it said, hey, you got the callback, we got your value, you got the meta. So it's checking the meta to see if it's an image. If it's an image, it's running some change detection on the field that they had called. They put that uploads thing on, and that was this image here. After that, they triggered those events, and from there they was like, okay, let's get this file. So we get the file. So it's like saying an array of files. You're gonna get the first one, and then you're gonna read it using the file reader from the system, and then once you load it in, you're gonna say, all right, let's call this back and see what's going on. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then it's like reader's data URL file. And I think what that did was, don't give me the line, but let's see if I can read as data URL. That would give me some insights on what it does at least. Yeah, so no documentation, sorry. I am just as lost as you guys are on that one. And so let's got it saved. Now let's go and check it out. I got a feeling that I'm probably missing something. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use that media child that I created, and pull this off of here and put it back here. And the reason being, it's going to be because now that I have the access to it, I can do this dot tiny mce dot editor dot. Now I'm trying to see what I can put on this thing. Dot. It's definitely not dot editor. Plugins, output format, one submit, one show, one remove, one post render, one paste, one object size, mouse up, mouse over, mouse move, mouse enter, mouse down, load content on init. That might be the only one that I can. That's the closest thing to it. Because I've seen a lot of people being able to just manipulate that directly. So if I do this .init, right, I try to do anything else, immediately telling me I can't call that. Right? It's telling me, hey, you cannot call this thing. Yet I go and look, around, and people are able to work with it. So I'm not sure what the story is on that, but that's what I gotta deal with. Oh, tiny MCE options. Never heard of that. So let's do dot options. This dot tiny mce dot. Let's see here. That ain't gonna cut it. So let's check out the PHP version. Ah. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm gonna pull this thing out. I'm just gonna cut it, cause I might need it somewhere else. So we've got this images upload URL. So I'm gonna look into this because that seems to actually fire off the request at the very least. Uploading images and files. Um. Okay, so images are sent to the HTML uploader via HTTP post, with each post containing a single image. The image handler at the URL reference, um, the image handler at the URL reference in the images upload URL takes care of the process required to save the image in your application. Some examples would include save the item in a folder on your web server, save the item on a CDN server, save the item in a database, save the item in an asset management system. So I could have saved it on the web server. That's fine. When the image is uploaded, it has a standardized name in the post. Blah, 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 blah. Ensure that your upload handler script generates a unique name for each uploaded file before storing the image. A common method is to append the current time in millis to the end of the file name. This generates names such as warning, the files will be overwritten if the names are not unique. That's fine for right now. Um this okay, so let's do this. Images upload URL. This option lets you specify a URL to where you want your images to be uploaded when you call editor upload images. Cool. I think that's being done behind the scenes automatically because that's already gone. That automatically hits. Images. Oh, look at this. Images upload handler. On the other hand, this option replaces the editor.upload images API method with custom logic such as a PHP script. The upload handler function takes 3 arguments: blob info, success, callback, and failure. When this option is not set, TinyMCE utilizes an XML HTTP request to upload images one at a time to the server. So that's actually not a bad thing. Change the default every time policy with changing handler. So please note that while using this option, yeah, because I don't have access to this stuff, so I don't think I can actually do this. So what I'm gonna do is well, this should be gone now. Huh? Did we know? Guess we didn't save this. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna check out well, stay on the network for now, and then we're gonna upload, right? And since we're getting a 404, I feel like we got some some things going on. All right, so now let's go ahead and check this. So we tried to post, but we got a 404 status code. Why are we getting a 404? No clue, because I definitely didn't cannot post. Response initiator headers localhost 4200 APIs upload status code not found. Allow cross access, allow or connection close. Cross headers connection type host origin. So file is binary. Oh, wait, yeah. Form data. I want to view this. So, oh, one possible thing is that on this media, I called it image, where it should be, um, file. That's one perspective, but I'm not really getting any information on what's going on here. So what I want to do is figure this thing out. So what I'm gonna this well, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna do console dot log request. I want to log out this whole request object because I don't know if it's request that body. I don't know if it's request that file. I don't know what's going on. So I want to see it. So that's the first step. And let me just give this thing a refresh, just in case it didn't pick up the new stuff. So again, clear this thing out, hit that, upload, browse, and we're gonna keep trying to send off this shotgun. And this time we get a 404. However, wait, it doesn't seem like we left. Huh. So it doesn't even seem like it's calling the back end there. So let's do tiny MCE. What's the thing called? Images upload URL, right? Images upload URL. Let's do tiny MCE me node Molter. How to upload images. Angular image upload made easy. Let's check this out.
So in this video, I'll talk about how to upload an image into your content part. So suppose like if you're making any kind of, if you're writing any kind of article, stick effect on, you can create Google and then in that, okay, this is Vivek. You want to insert an image. So what you can do is you can click on the upload image part, okay, and then you can click on the choose image and then it will direct you to your so for me
Uh,
in post click OK, and then what you can do is you can click on the
what
post
the heck?
image so
Dude
to
didn't
the
hack the
simple
whole thing. He
post.
said, I'm
Okay,
doing my own
and
shit.
then you have done all kind of formatting and other things that you need, right? So now you want to insert an image, so what you can do is you can click on the upload image part. Okay, and then you can click on the choose image, and then it will direct you to your local directory, and then you can go to the section where your image is. Suppose so for me it is in picture section, so I'll go
Mm.
into in post, click on open. Okay, and
Uh-huh.
then what you can do is you can click on the upload button, and then it will start to upload your image on the server. Okay, and once it has uploaded, it will return you back the UI. So it is,
So it seems like what he's
so
doing
see,
is
you have got
he's
the
uploading that
returning
somewhere
link
else
from the server. Okay,
and
so
he's
now your
using
image is
that
uploaded. You
image,
can
then he's
click
using
over
that
here,
to get a
you can click back
URL
again to
to
copy
drop the
there.
image
You
in.
can upload it. So suppose you want upload another image. Okay,
So now,
image
so
description.
that's kind of a workaround that I didn't think about. Well, I did think about that, but I want it to be the way I want it. um, let me open this in a new tab. Also, image. So I don't want to use PHP. Build block Angular 2. Um, let's see if somebody else talks about this. Get image.
In the previous
Nothing
video, we
happened.
implemented login
Uh,
functionality inside.
so,
Guns.
mm, wait a second. Where's the tiny MCE at?
And key up on key.
So they probably did it a different way.
Just modern component by ng general component. We have editor here.
Hmm.
Templates in,
So they're actually right on that editor component
and we
itself.
have output.
So where the hell? So they created the component for that,
Body.
so that way you can use it somewhere else. I don't think I have that. I know it's in here somewhere, but I don't know where it is, right? I remember, installing all that stuff, but I don't remember getting an editor in here. So let's see how they get this editor anyway.
That should be component arc. We'll find the
So,
editor here.
wait.
Okay. So quiz and up.
Oh yeah, so something janky there. Not in it.
Our Angular play our add post button. So in the header.component.ts file, change the color to Alice blue. Now I will not be using npm install command because it is already installed at the blog post. So you can see that we have added some CSS classes called new post title and royal blue color for post content, and in the homepage the text editor it has. So now them to inside
Why
and
does got anything about adding
okay,
images?
let's create this add post method inside our component. Now let's create the post payload object in our component .service.ts file as an argument.
So he doesn't seem like he's doing anything with images. So
So
you're
let
off my line. This is something else that's not gonna help me. Getting started. Tiny MCE editor. Upload image and show preview in Angular.
Today in this
No,
video,
this isn't what I'm looking for though. because let me just do image upload node. How to upload images, add file picker. I think I already watched that one. Right, this is the one we just watched. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I'm not sure. This pretty um irritating actually. How to set up TinyMCE. Upload file. So I mean the issue is really about the image. It's just the image. Just the image. So I don't know how to get that local version of TinyMCE. So on the editor, we got limited stuff, limited workings in here. I know we can add some stuff, like I said, we can add that images upload URL, but it doesn't. Oh yeah, I can just do that. Let's do tiny MCE images URL, not calling server. Um, so got all that. I know. So they made it weird. Um, let's see here. Image title automatic uploads true. Excuse me. File picker types. File picker callback. And what I might want to do is let's see. So what I can probably do. Oops, wrong stuff. So what I'm thinking is to go here and put this back. But what I'll do is I'll have this as a function, and I can just pull this out. And you'll see what I mean in a second. So if I control C, right? And then I guess they should have cut all this out. Close that. And this will be handle upload. Right? And then call that. And then the only thing we do is we already got the function set up. And we put and then we would just say hey. And this is actually a function. Oh, I see. This is actually going to be different because I wonder if this will even work. Who knows? There we go. Cool. So it's going to take a callback that is a function. was this? Something in meta. I forgot. So let's say value. There we go. Value. I don't even know what the type is going to be for that. And a meta. I believe the meta is going to be of type object. Let's see. And then JavaScript function. So it's of the function type. You know. Don't use function as a type, but use function type of a very specific function like. So let's just grab this and see what happens. And then callback. Value string, maybe. Ooh-wee. And let's get this going. So holidays. What's this? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What's this? The more I do it, the more I'm like, what is happening here? So yeah, I'm not liking this too much. So I gotta figure out how to get this tiny MCE thing running without going through too much work. So, and then obviously pasting certain things directly into the object thing isn't gonna help. So, trying to see here. So let's say Angular file browser callback. Let's do that. Let's do Angular. Actually, Angular image upload handler. Angular tiny MCE image upload handler. So I'm sorry, when I get into the zone, I can literally stream all night. But just for the sake of the stream, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here, and I'll continue working for a little bit. But I will see you guys tomorrow at 8. So stay tuned, and I'll cover everything that I do tonight if I make any significant updates.